discuss it. Or anything. Mm.
This one, man. That's it. One out of something. You know, I'm going to give you.
Where did you just go?
Come on. My voice is. Okay, I'm not picking my voice, so yes, I did. They're not picking up my sound. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
You know that a robot.
Yeah.
I'm not telling machine. I don't know how you're controlling knowledge.
Charlie.
No,
for the new issue.
I just have completely true.
They may imagine some come to cook. Panam.
Everything when I can man with my the ways are also saying, number with my armor. So we have opportunity come. So, what I'm seeing you to me is that you, she may be also in me for with me, with me.
Ba! Go on. Maybe I come out of the way.
Yes, we don't have to put anything to some question. Then, we're going to start on a real. Yeah, about my name. I'll say a question, and I question.
Well, when they're my hair, I don't mind. I wear locks, and nothing make you cool. Maybe in a family at once.
I discovered two money, but some more 2 1. You a crowd and we feel a crowd on the day. Tripping in one head.
I expect the much wrong on it. Man.
Hey, man, hey, they say, you know what I'm saying? What people traveling? You know, I'm saying, hey, come here. I come here, I say, you're more than that one, say again, come here. Hey, I'm not too good, what the fuck? I'll show you that.
Ciao, cry.
If I didn't let you, I mean, yes, I. Anna. Your dad, you know how I'm for you.
Count.
We know that's that. Or the law answer the house.
Sure, but you know, we'll go some probably done.
What's the one? What's the law? Your Anna says this and that, or they running and who there. My first picture,
I know you more than that.
The program now got outside.
No, I think so. No, it was inside.
No, like for now, the airport is inside. They said we could go back.
I think so more background. I said castle.
It's a material. And you have to have
11 p.m.
11 p.m. I see I'm here has us.
Sir?
Give me seven. 6. Give me 6 7.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize.
I was here realizing how I made a movement. How a person is doing a movement for locations. Fingerprint, face, scan. Then, we are working. Then we are not money for them. We are here. I see you. Tell me what about the brain. You've been here. On cutting feeling, you find you push away now. They're not doing anything, you're just standing.
Yeah.
Catch it.
Oh, more train.
Maybe I'll be with now.
More train. Things so too for the president.
Yes, the battery.
95, catch him.
2. two. Yeah, two. Check, two. Two. Yeah. Check, two. Check, two. Two. Yeah. Second up. Yeah. Two. Check. Yeah. It has gone, man.
Good morning. On behalf of the General Council of the Ghana Bar Association, I welcome all of you to the 2024-2025 Annual General Conference of the Ghana Bar Association, which is being held in the Great Hall of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology under the theme Peaceful, Fair and Transparent Elections, the Key to Sustainable Democracy. Now, to begin the program, may I humbly invite the Protestant chaplain of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Reverend Dr. Joseph Williams Echampong, to give us the opening prayer. Shall we please welcome him?
May I please crave your indulgence for us to rise as we pray. Almighty and ever-living God, we remain grateful to you for your manifold blessings upon us as a people and as a nation. We thank you for the leadership of our great nation, Ghana. We thank you for our political leadership, our traditional leadership, our religious leadership, and all who play various roles to ensure that we move on as a nation. We remain grateful to you for the peace and stability, the security, and all your goodness that you've accorded us as a nation, which helps us to be able to do all that we want to do as a people. I want to thank you for the various arms of government, the executive, the judiciary, the legislature. We thank you, O God, for how you use them to lead us in our governance. We thank you for the security agencies as well as the leadership of the Ghana Bar Association. As you have gathered here today, we want to thank you for the traveling mercies you accorded each and every one of us, bringing us from far and near for this August conference. We continue to commit our president before you and his cabinet. We pray for divine wisdom, the fear of the Lord, and the guidance of the Spirit of God, so that they'll be able to spearhead the affairs of our nation and take us to where you want us to be. Especially in this year when we are preparing ourselves as a people to go into general elections to elect new parliamentarians and president for our nation. You are the one who appoint leaders, and therefore we pray, O God, that you continue to stir the hearts of all Ghanaians who are going to vote to elect the people you have ordained into the various offices to the glory of your name. Give us your peace, O God, before, during, and after the elections. We pray that you continue to be with all leaders so they'll be able to play their roles, our traditional leaders, our religious leaders as well. We pray, oh God, asking for divine wisdom and guidance for Otumfuo Asantehene. We thank you for the role he continues to play. We know that you're going to use him to bless our nation as well. We are commending this annual general conference before you. May your security, your peace, your guidance, and your leadership be with us so that it will be successful more than ever. And at the end of it, we will have cause to praise and bless you. Glory, adoration, and honor be to you for hearing our prayers, because you have asked for this and many more blessings through Christ Jesus our Lord, we pray. Amen. Thank you. Please, let's sit.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Joseph Williams Echampong. May I now humbly invite the President of the Ashanti Regional Ghana Bar Association, Mr. Kwame Usu Sechere, to give us the welcome address. Shall we please welcome him?
His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu the Asantehene, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokonu. I understand you like that name. And Mr. Tokonu, the President of the Ghana Bar Association, Mr. Yao Champong Boafo, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Honorable Godfred Dame, and his two deputies, Honorable Tian Yeboah and Honorable Asonaba Dapa, the Regional Minister, Honorable Simon Osei-Mensah, the Vice Chancellor of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Professor Rita Akusia-Dixon, members of the Bar Council, Security Service Commanders herein present, Nananom, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, distinguished guests from other professional bodies invited, our friends from the media, colleague learned friends, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Executive Council of the Regional Bar and the members of Ashanti Bar, I have the honor to welcome all of you to the Ashanti region. The region lies in the southern half of the country and occupies an area of 24,389 square kilometers, or constituting 10% of the total area of Ghana. It shares boundary with the Bono East region in the north, Central region in the south, Western North in the southwest, Afro region in the west, and Bono region in northwest. The region is endowed with two distinct agricultural zones, namely the semi-deciduous forests and the transitional zone. The relief is generally flat to gently undulating. According to the 2021 population census, the region is the most populated region with a population of 5,440,463 members or people, accounting for 1/5 of the total population. In terms of gender, we have 50.07% females and 49.3% males. And that is very significant. The largest city and capital of Ashanti is Kumasi, and now we have the Greater Kumasi. It is made up of 25 districts, 17 municipals, and 1 metropolis. It has a literacy rate of 79.6%. So the erroneous impression of the R and L is winning. There are 3 public universities, namely Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, which has a law faculty under the College of Humanities and also houses the Kumasi campus of the Ghana School of Law. Kumasi Technical University and Akinten Apia Menkan University of Skills, Training and Entrepreneurial Development, and other 80 private institutions. So it tells you about the literacy rate we have. The region also has the highest number of senior high schools, with Osei-Tutu Secondary School, KES, being the first to be established in July 1973, which was formerly known as the Ashanti Collegiate by J.T. Robert. Undoubtedly, the best and most popular senior high school. That is my alma mater, and that is also where His Majesty himself comes from. Mr. Boafo, I didn't mention Prempeh because it's a college. In the year 2015, the National Conference was held in this same venue, and members had a memorable event. We are promising to make this year a better one, and it started yesterday. We welcomed you. Ashanti region has, over the years, played and continues to play a significant role in the socio-cultural and economic development of our dear nation. The region is a major contributor to Ghana export trade from time immemorial, with products like gold, cocoa, timber, handicrafts, and African prints, particularly the famous Kente cloth, which has achieved worldwide recognition. And this morning, our Nananom has demonstrated that. It is indeed the home of unadulterated culture and the cultural hub of the nation. Ghana's rich cultural heritage is best depicted in the region. It is said that His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II Asantehene alone is a whole cultural phenomenon and tourism industry. And only last weekend, we saw what happened in Cape Coast. It was something that you cannot belittle. The city has almost achieved a cosmopolitan status and a transient point for various visitors. And I dare say that the region has also become a universe because we have some countries within the region. And I can mention a few. In Atonsu, we have Atonsu, Kuwait. If you go to Brokrom, you have Brokrom, South Africa. And at Bremen, you have Bremen, New York. Just to mention a few. The city commands an appreciable nightlife with popular Bantama High Street, Krofrom, Amekom, Asafo, Patasi High Street, where you can enjoy the life that you can enjoy yourself with the lives never go out. I don't want to mention that political name. So, local dishes, notably fufu with assorted soup with popular abunobunu, are available in the city and its environment in their natural taste and flavor. Your comfort as our guest in the evenings is assured. During this conference, we will do everything possible to make your stay safe and enjoyable and very secure. While in the region, please take advantage to visit the Manshia Palace Museum to see for yourself the return of the 32 items, crown jewels, that's the Asante gold artifacts that were looted by the British. Center for National Culture, the Lake Bosumtwe, Kwabre, Triangular, Ehwa Craft Village, Ntonso, the Nkrabonwe, Kente Towns, the KJTR Market. We have KJTR Dubai. And those who did not benefit of flying to the city, we now have our Prempeh the First International Airport. And very soon, we believe that the sea will come and we have our harbor. I didn't want to say it is possible, but it shall be well. After each day's activities, if the ancient and the modern members are still around and you have more energy, we have given you opportunity and you have at liberty to spend the rest of the night with the legal starlets at the special sessions at the respective nightclubs to do the clubbing. Please do experience the warm hospitality and the friendliness of the enterprising people of the home of Asante Kingdom. Yamama Kwaba.
So if you are interested in any property at the waterfront in Kumasi, you may kindly contact Kwame Usiseche. Okay, thank you, Kwame. May I now respectfully and humbly invite the Ashanti Regional Minister, Honorable Simon Osei Mensah, to give us his address. Shall we welcome him, please?
Right. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the Chief Justice, men and women who belong to the learned profession, colleague ministers of state here present, MMDCs, members of the security agencies, Nananum, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's very heartwarming to join you this morning at this bar conference at KNUST here in Kumasi in the Ashanti region. Actually, I'm going to say some few words because when my boss is around, in reality, apart from welcome address, I need not to talk much. For this government, what I will say, which is headed by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, with the support of the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, especially in the Ashanti region, the government has done a lot for the judiciary, especially in terms of infrastructure, that is accommodation, and court buildings. Now, fortunately for me, I have the President and His Excellency and the Royal Majesty here to confirm what I'm going to say. Both of them cut the sword for the construction of the Appeals Court Judges Residential Complex, which house modern accommodation of 20 separate units with a tennis court, swimming pool, and a place where they can relax during the night and when they are free. Besides the Appeals Court Judges Residential Complex, this government, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has constructed 24 court buildings fully finished in the Ashanti region alone. Additionally, he's constructed, apart from the Appeals Court Residential Complex, 22 accommodation buildings for the judiciary, all fully finished. I'm not surprised with the performance of the President when it comes to the area of the judicial service. First, because he himself is a lawyer, and he is a pure Democrat who understands and appreciates the foundation of the basis of democratic practices. In no doubt, democracy, we have the foundation as the rule of law. And you cannot have proper rule of law without having a very firm, well-resourced, motivated judicial system. And as a president who knows exactly what he's doing in a democratic country, has done all his best to provide the needed infrastructure for the judiciary. Across the country, he's constructed more than 100 court buildings. Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation to you and Otumfuo, because in most of these infrastructure development, either both of you or one of you is there to cut the sword or do the commissioning. Ashanti region is grateful to you. Ghana is grateful to you. I wish you a successful Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Regional Minister. May I now humbly invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Godfred Yebu Adame, to give us his address. Shall we please welcome him?
Good morning. His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nadu Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the 16th occupant of the Golden Stool, the Asantehene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Anano, eminent clergy, the Ladyship of the Chief Justice, Mrs. Gertrude Araba Esaba Saki-Tokunu, Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana, retired in an active service. I can see His Lordship Justice Gache, Justice of the Superior Court of Judicature, also retired in an active service. I can see His Lordship Justice Kusiapia. Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Ashanti Regional Minister, Deputy Attorney General Afretua Yeboah, Deputy Attorney General Ms. Dana Sunaba Dapa, former Attorney General, I recognize the unmistakable presence of Mr. Joe Gatti, the President of the Ghana Bar Association, members of the Bar Council, President of the Ashanti Regional Bar, members of the Bar, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's always a delight to be at the annual conference of the Ghana Bar Association, and it's even more exciting to be here in Kumasi, the capital of the Ashanti region. And I must acknowledge our big fortune in having the attendance of this event by the Otikokoso, the Asantehene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. To my mind, this is only the second time Otumfuo has attended the Bar Conference. And perhaps our fortune today, apart from his status as an honorary member of the Bar, is also because his beautiful wife, Lady Julia, is a lawyer. The Otumfuo indeed calls me Meba to rate my son. On the case, your son is truly appreciative of your wise counsel at all times. I'm not surprised that Yao Boafo brought this conference to Kumasi. Indeed, he's a true Asante man. And as his last conference as Bar President, which better place to hold the event than at his own backyard? But on the more serious note, I must convey my felicitations to Mr. Yao Champon Boafo, President of the Bar and the Executive Council. Collaborating with you in the national interest has been a pleasure. And I wish you, Yao, and your executives the very best in your future endeavors as you bow out. Learned friends, since March 2021, by the grace of God, I've had a chance that few lawyers have ever had to serve as the Attorney General and Minister for Justice of our great republic, the 25th since independence. To work with wonderful public servants, wonderful administrators, best law enforcement agents, and indeed great support staff in the Office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice. The enormity of responsibility of the Grand Old Office of Attorney General is recorded in history. Sir Patrick Hastings, who had a long career as a successful barrister in England, but a rather short stint as Attorney General of England and Wales, between January 1924 and November 1924, described the role of the Attorney General as, and I quote, his idea of hell. Much earlier, Francis Bacon, Attorney General and Lord Chancellor of England and Wales, in the 17th century, described it, and again I quote, as the painfulest task in the realm. Quite recently, the immediate past Attorney General of the United States of America, William Barr, who had two stints as Attorney General, first under President George W. Bush Sr., when he was only 39 years, and the second under President Trump, authored a book chronicling his days as Attorney General, and guess what the title was? The title was One Damn Thing After Another. 3.5 years into the role, I consider it an honor and a privilege, although not without its challenges, to be the Attorney General and your leader thus far. With the unlimited licenses given to me as leader of the Bar to address conference on any topic, I intend to focus a big part of this speech on using law, particularly public legal service, as an instrument for effecting change in Ghanaian society whilst making some remarks on the important theme for the conference as well. I will recall progress so far made by the Office of the Attorney General in this regard. The task of being an Attorney General in the second term of a government is no easy one. It involves coming in at a time that the government has implemented a set of policies in its first term and made some tough and hard decisions, which may not be necessarily popular with the people. As the Attorney General, it involves making yourself unpopular by telling your colleague ministers that they cannot pursue certain legislation and policies, which, although in the national interest, may be incompatible with the law. I remember the painful advice I gave to the Minister for Finance and Domestic Debt Restructuring at a difficult time of the nation, as well as the advice I gave to the Minister of Health, perhaps at a more difficult time in the history of the nation during the COVID-19 crisis. In our peculiar political environment, it also involves pitching yourself as a sworn enemy of your political adversaries through decisions you make that they may consider as impinging on their political fortunes, particularly in terms of prosecution and defense of civil actions against the government. However, I've braved the challenges of the office and remained undaunted because I love the law and I love utilizing the law as an instrument for developing Ghanaian society. With courage and strength, I have taken the slings and arrows of a critical free media, even when they are unjustified or wrong. I'm strong in my conviction that there is no other institution that has affected and has the authority and the jurisdiction to affect so many components of justice in this country than the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Whatever I've done since 2021, I've done it in the best interest of Ghana and state attorneys and staff at the law office. And I could not be prouder of our record of achievement over the last 3.5 years. And I'm happy to note that since my initial address of this conference at Bolgatanga in September 2021, I've delivered, and in some cases exceeded, the delivery of every single promise I've made to you. Three years ago, when I stood before you at Bolgatanga, and I took to build a formidable civil litigation team capable of zealously protecting the interests of the state in litigation, just as private legal practitioners do for their clients. The civil division, with the leadership of my humble self and my able deputies, has lived up to this challenge and done so much to protect our taxpayers' pockets in litigation in a way that staggers the imagination. Through an unwavering commitment to justice and the protection of the interests of the state, the Office of the Attorney General has succeeded in saving the state many billions of United States dollars, being the equivalent of over 15 trillion Ghana cedis in numerous civil litigations in Ghana and in various international fora since I assumed office. The era of unwarranted, dubious, and scandalous judgment debt against the state, I can say without any fear of equivocation, are clearly a thing of the past. There has not been a time that the state has been more exposed to international litigation than the era in which we live. Industrialization, the expansion of the Ghanaian economy, and increase in investment have enhanced the risk of the nation in dealing with challenges filed on the international stage in respect of disputes arising from the state's relations with corporations and multinationals. The state has had to litigate in the domestic court of Norway, from the Oslo District Court all the way to that country's Supreme Court. It has had to defend numerous arbitration claims in the Permanent Court of Arbitration, the London Court of International Arbitration, ad hoc arbitration tribunals, with seats of arbitration being Paris, New York, Stockholm, and what have you. It is gratifying to note that in each of the international arbitration claims filed since 2021, the state has achieved favorable outcomes with little or no cost to the nation. We have protected state properties, preserved the nation's rights, and fought off claims for billions of United States dollars against the state, even in situations where a particular decision of a minister is impugned by an international tribunal. The most remarkable feature of this development is that a sizable amount of this litigation is conducted by personnel of the Office of the Attorney General, led by the Attorney General himself and his deputies. Such is the strength of the capacity of the office that now memorials, pleadings, and written submissions filed by the office compares favorably with those filed by any lawyer on the international stage. And we defend these claims in the face of the severe constraints of challenges which have always characterized working in the office of Attorney General when representing the state in these actions. And indeed, I must state that I'm aware that some hired advocates for these unsuccessful claimants against the state and self-styled social commentators masquerading as civil society and experts in all subjects, except perhaps the creation of man, hastily take to social media to denigrate the effort of the state in defending such gargantuan claims, and in fact, distort the effect of awards and judgments in favor of the state. I can only say in reply that there ought to be a modicum of patriotism. Ironically, these same people are quick to trumpet adverse awards given against Ghana in the past, obviously basking in the joy of such situations. Can they just pause for a moment to reflect on what would have happened to the Ghanaian economy if even a fraction of these claims for billions of US dollars and trillions of Ghana cedis has succeeded? In the area of prosecution, the Prosecutions Division has ably lived up to its constitutional duty of being the prosecutor of all crimes in the country. They have pursued justice with courage, based on the evidence and the law, in a way that makes me very proud. Even though prosecution of so-called high-profile economic crime 2021 to date, at least 76 persons, including 18 foreigners, have been convicted. They include the acclaimed Chinese Galamsey Queen, Aisha Huan, who was convicted on 4th December 2023 of offenses committed between 2014 and 2016 in the era of the previous government. Most of the convicts were sentenced under the new law at 995 to a minimum of 15 years plus a hefty fine for a non-Ghanaian. Currently, over 140, minimum of 15 years plus a heavy fine in the case of a Ghanaian, and a minimum of 20 years plus a fine for a non-Ghanaian. Currently, over 140 cases of illegal mining involving over 850 accused persons are being prosecuted in courts in the Western, Eastern, Ashanti, Greater, and Upper East regions of Ghana. Some are near conclusion. The unsung heroes of the Office of Attorney General are the Legislative Drafting Division. They are that army of well-disciplined, properly trained, meticulous lawyers whose task it is to set the legislative framework for all we do. Without them, none of the three arms of government can function. The Legislative Drafting Division has been responsible for carrying my vision of law reform in both civil and criminal aspects of the law. They have paid a great attention to the public policy of the law and have drafted in all about 60 acts of parliament and innumerable subsidiary legislation since 2021. Whilst placing on record the yeoman's effort to the various divisions of the Office of Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, which have kept the nation safe and sound, we cannot ignore the hitherto deplorable conditions in which state attorneys work. My visit to the head offices of various agencies under the Ministry of Justice revealed hugely undesirable working conditions and the lack of basic tools for service to the nation. In order to address this, in February 2022, on account of a directive made by His Excellency the President for the Minister for Finance to urgently assist the ministry with some funds for its operations, I purchased in all 91 vehicles for the ministry, which to date represent the biggest fleet ever acquired for the ministry. Thus, the Legal Aid Commission, which previously had only 6 vehicles, received 13 more. The Economic and Organized Crimes Office added 13 vehicles to their fleet. The Council for Law Reporting, which had only 2 vehicles, received 4 more. The Law Reform Commission, which had only 1 vehicle, acquired in 1996, received 2. Two indeed makes a difference to some people. The Copyright Office, whose last vehicle was acquired in 2008, during the time of Honorable Joe Gatti as Attorney General, received 2 more. To lay the building blocks for the transformation of 2 very important institutions, whose mandate is crucial for enhancing access to justice delivery and the modernization of the law in Ghana, the Legal Aid Commission and Law Reform Commission, the President on 10th August 2022 launched the Legal Aid Commission Fund and the Law Reform Commission Fund. The government indeed demonstrated its commitment to transforming the 2 institutions by donating an initial amount of 1 million Ghana cedis into each of the funds. I am of the fervent hope that the boards of the 2 institutions who are by law charged with responsibility for managing the funds will come up with innovative means of ensuring that sufficient contributions and donations are made to the funds to end the perennial lack of funds syndrome, which has always plagued these two important institutions of state. The dreadful office accommodation challenge of the Ministry of Justice was indeed legendary. The situation was so critical that some state attorneys were utilizing shipping containers as their offices when I assumed office. Work on a 12-story building comprising 10 levels above ground and a 2-tier underground car park to accommodate the Ministry of Justice, which incidentally, the current president commenced in 2001 when he was the Attorney General, has stalled over the years, with the state of works officially recorded as only 36% complete by June 2021 when I visited the site with the president. Through the necessary commitment of resources and diligent supervision, I'm happy to state that by the grace of God, the 12-story edifice named the Law House, the new head office of Attorney General, Ministry of Justice, has been completed and was duly commissioned on 10th June 2024. And indeed, I have since moved into that building. Mr. President, I dream of a modern public legal service for our nation, fully equipped to discharge its onerous constitutional and statutory duties to the Republic. Towards realizing this dream, I'm of the hope that soon each of the regional capitals of the country from which the Attorney General operates will also boast of its law house. I have commenced discussions in this regard with the World Bank towards the possibility of funding the project, but definitely we know that this can only be completed in the next term of the NPP government. So we need to pay the aid after all. The expansion of the Ghanaian economy with its attendant myriad of needs calls for an enhanced public legal service to address the complexity of emerging challenges. The number of state attorneys, presently about 300, is completely inadequate. This partly accounts for the inordinate delays in the delivery of opinions, legal opinions, defense of claims against the state, and prosecution of crime. We need about 1,500 state attorneys for a proper discharge of the functions of the Attorney General under Article 80 of the Constitution. We need to embark on a massive recruitment exercise of lawyers for the public service in order to satisfy the demands of the state. In 2021-2022, the capacity of the office was augmented with the recruitment of about 60 attorneys. Processes are currently underway to employ a further 70 attorneys, with interviews scheduled for the latter part of this month. And this will bring the number of attorneys recruited over the past 3 years to 130. I envisage that every ministry, department, agency, or district assembly ought to be serviced by at least one state attorney. A situation whereby some ministries, departments, agencies, or metropolitan municipal district assemblies employ their own lawyers does not augur well for proper harmony and synchronization of government legal work. Thus, my vision is that in the near future, to ensure cohesion in the public service and to avoid an uncoordinated approach which leads to inefficiencies, all lawyers working for each of the public institutions ought to be employed by the Office of Attorney General. In the meantime, pending the firm institution of such a policy, I have planned a conference of all lawyers working in the public service, whether they are state attorneys or not, for some time in October. The conference, to be organized with the support of Professor Kofi Abochi of UPSA, will provide a platform for knowledge sharing and refresher engagement with the ultimate objective of building the capacity of lawyers working for the state in various agencies and departments in the areas of negotiation, structuring, drafting and review of government contracts, contemporary issues in international arbitration, and ensuring improved interagency collaboration. To build that desired world-class legal service for Ghana, there's a pressing need for lawyers generally, particularly those in the public service, to constantly add value to themselves. It was with this motive that a partnership between the Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., and the government of Ghana, represented by the Attorney General, which was executed in September 2021, seeks to ensure that each year, 5 lawyers from both the public and private sectors would benefit from a postgraduate legal education sponsored by a scholarship jointly funded by Georgetown University and the Secretariat of Ghana. Indeed, the first batch of 5 lawyers who profited from this arrangement successfully completed their studies and returned in May 2023. I must acknowledge the hiccup that the arrangement has suffered in view of funding difficulties, but I will explore means of boosting them. In addition to this, my ministry assists state attorneys to regularly pursue various academic courses relevant to their roles and sponsored by some institutions in prestigious universities abroad, including the so-called Ivy League institutions. We must perceive law as a tool for promoting good governance and creating a Ghanaian business environment characterized by transparency, certainty, and fairness, and in which the interests of the nation are secured. For this matter, there are many areas of our legal system that require the intervention of the state to introduce reforms to ensure that the quest for private sector development and foreign investment does not have the vicious result of impoverishing the state. There is also the need to ensure that crime or wrongdoing does not go unpunished, particularly for the privileged in society. In this regard, I've had the kind cooperation of the President of the Republic and his cabinet, as well as the Parliament of Ghana, in introducing some far-reaching reforms. A little over a month ago, the Ghana Arbitration Center, a requirement of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Center Act 2010 at 798, which had been outstanding since 2010, was set up. The establishment of the ADR Center presents a viable opportunity for multi-billion-dollar commercial disputes and cases involving the use of the nation's natural resources to be resolved right here in Ghana. It will also enable members of the Ghana Bar Association to sharpen their skills in the resolution of such disputes. Taking account of Ghana's strong democratic credentials, the ADR Center should propel Ghana into an arbitration hub in Africa, particularly West Africa. Further reform of the arbitration environment in Ghana is needed. In this regard, again, I have the firm instructions of the President to take steps to ensure that most international arbitrations involving Ghana take place right here in Ghana and are regulated by Ghanaian law. Thus, I will present to Cabinet in the next few days, as part of the process for the passage into law, an amendment to the State Property and Contracts Act of 1960, CA4, to mandate all contracts involving the state and its agencies as parties to not only stipulate Ghana law as a governing law, but also to have Ghana as a seat of arbitration, and with the ADR Center in Ghana being the venue for such arbitration. With this amendment, the practice whereby the state and Ghanaian lawyers travel to various jurisdictions, Paris, New York, Singapore, and London, etc., for the conduct of arbitration, although enjoyable for the lawyers, will come to an end. An important piece of legislation introduced recently, which seeks to reduce unnecessary costs to the taxpayer, is the Contracts Amendment Act 2023 at 1114, by which public officers are prohibited from entering into a contract on behalf of the state, in which the rate of interest is stipulated as commercial interest. By Act 1114, it is expected that contracts with high rates of interest, especially compound interest, which results in huge judgment debts and financial loss to the state, as occurred in the NDK Financial Services Limited against the Attenjura matter a few years ago, will be avoided. The criminal landscape of our country also witnessed some reform by an effort to ease congestion in the courts and prisons through the passage of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Act 2022 at 1079, which formally introduced plea bargaining into the criminal jurisprudence of the country. Without a doubt, the most far-reaching reform of criminal law practice in this country will be achieved when the law that will enhance the speed of adjudication of criminal cases and will address the problems associated with the jury system is enacted. I therefore call on Parliament to, as a matter of urgency, pass the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill, sponsored by the Office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice, which are laid in Parliament on 14th March 2024. Our criminal practice continues to be steeped in the very old and traditional ways of doing things, known to the common law tradition, even where the masters of the tradition have long reformed. For instance, in Britain and the United States, interlocutory appeals in criminal practice are significantly controlled and virtually eliminated. Further, not every verdict in criminal trials is appealable all the way to the highest court. Whilst mindful of the constitutional imperatives in our legal system, the bill seeks to place due restrictions on interlocutory appeals by postponing the filing of same to only after determination by the trial court of what we call the submission of no case. Scrapping of trials on indictment, especially where the offense, except where the offense is punishable by death or life imprisonment, providing for examination of witnesses by video conferencing, adoption of proceedings in criminal matters, day-to-day trial of all criminal cases, except where the same is impracticable, and reform of the jury system to reduce the list of exemptions from jury service and the composition of the jury. My office is also in the process of preparing a new legal profession bill as part of measures to comprehensively and in a more sustainable way address, among other things, issues relating to access to legal education, rules on call to the bar, and regulation of professional conduct. I'm, however, happy to note that in the past 4 years, we have recorded the highest admission of persons to study the law and the biggest call to the bar of persons in the nation's history. In all, over 3,000 persons have so far been called to the bar since 2021. In 2022 alone, over 1,000 lawyers were called to the bar, the highest in the nation's history at that time. In 2023, this record was broken with the admission of 1,286 lawyers. And indeed, I, as Attorney General in 2021, personally ensured the admission of some 499 students into the Ghana School of Law by presenting a petition to the General Legal Council, a situation for which the bar president still holds a grudge. And indeed, I won the vote by just 8-7. It was a narrow 8-7 victory, very sweet one. It is correct to say that indeed, for many of the junior lawyers in this room, your presence has been made possible by the positive decisions to broaden access to the legal profession by the Kufuor administration. We believe in broadening access to legal education whilst preserving standards and quality, cherished values without which the legal profession will lose its relevance in society. With these giant strides, I'm confident that the future of the legal profession is bigger, brighter, and better. Mr. President, the lofty ideas expressed today about the creation of a sound business environment and using law as an instrument of change in the public sector will not materialize without a sustenance of the democratic order in which we live. Fundamental to democracy and the preservation of the rule of law is the organization of free and fair elections. The centrality of elections to democracy, and by necessary implication the rule of law, implies that irrespective of the circumstances in which Ghana finds itself, the Electoral Commission must live up to its constitutional mandate of providing the mechanism for the citizenry to express themselves through the conduct of credible and fair elections. The indispensability of democracy as a tool for good governance has been expressed many times in history. Indeed, in the words of the acclaimed British statesman Sir Winston Churchill in his address to UK Parliament in November 1947, and I quote, "No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time." End of quote. National elections represent a preeminent and, I would say, undeniable opportunity for the electorate of every country to exercise real power over how they are governed and by whom. It is a means by which the state will be preserved. The distinguished son of Ghana, former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, may his soul rest in peace, in a speech at the CDD Conti Ne Akwamu lecture in June 2016, had this to say about the strength of Ghana's democracy. It says, "Ghana has thrived under democracy since it was reintroduced under the Fourth Republic. And our society, as well as our economy, has thrived as a result. We must never stop reminding ourselves of that fact. Yes, our country has had its problems, but all countries have problems." End of quote. The credibility of Ghanaian democracy and the conduct of elections in this country can clearly not be denied by any objective onlooker. We must resist the vain efforts of naysayers who constantly sow seeds of doubt about the credibility of Ghanaian elections. The Electoral Commission has had a sound appreciation of the sacred constitutional responsibility it bears to the people since 1992. Remarkably, it remained unshaken in its quest even in the teeth of COVID-19 and rose to the occasion in 2020 in delivering an internationally affirmed, free, fair, and perhaps the most transparent elections since the inception of the Constitution in 1992. It bears emphasizing, I'll say the inception of the Constitution in 1983, because legally it started on 7 January 1993. It bears emphasizing that an election is a process, among other things. It includes the demarcation of boundaries, registration of eligible voters, the creation of voters register, printing of ballot papers, distribution of ballot papers to voting centers, supervision of voting, the casting of votes, counting and progress, processing of the vote, the declaration of the winner or winners. So far, I have not noticed anything untoward about the Electoral Commission's handling of the process. Even though Ghana has come far in consolidating democracy as a way of life, we can consider free and fair elections in this country as a matter of course. We cannot take that progress for granted. For this reason, we continue to talk about these things as a way of entrenching those undoubted values we hold dear and warding off potential wreckers of the peace of the nation. We must, apart from being disreputable, poses a far greater threat to cohesion in society if it comes from lawyers. In social media interactions, lawyers ought to be mindful of the requirements of the profession insofar as ethics is concerned. Technology did not eradicate ethics, neither did it render the need for ethical compliance any less important or necessary. The time-honored requirement to be truthful and not to unjustifiably assail the integrity of others, disparage the character of people, and abuse the rights of others ought to be strictly adhered to by lawyers. Lawyers indeed have no business promoting election-related violence. In talking about the place of the law in the conduct of a free and fair election, we cannot forget the work of the judiciary because it sits at the very heart of our society and our democracy. Judges are often called to make decisions on some of the most difficult questions arising from the conduct of elections. They are decisions that very few of us would feel comfortable making. However, it is judges who, with their wisdom derived from long experience, training, and discipline, will make such decisions in furtherance of the principle that justice should be done. We therefore have a duty to support the judiciary and not to denigrate that important institution. Ghana has gained a reputation worldwide for its justice system. Central to that reputation is the independence, integrity of the judiciary, and the quality of judgment emanating from our court, with decisions cited sometimes in court around the world. I can confidently say that I have been an Attorney General in whose tenure the judiciary has demonstrated complete independence and strength through decisions it gives in cases involving the state. In both civil and criminal decisions, in both civil and criminal jurisdictions, my office has had many victories, but we have also experienced a few adverse ones. Examples are decisions of the Supreme Court in the removal of the former Auditor General, Daniel Domlevo matter, the imposition of restrictions in the COVID-19 case, and then, of course, the decision given in the Narcotics Control Commission matter. In a few situations where I consider the decision patently wrong and perverse to our legal system, I have resorted to processes for a correction of same through review or an appellate procedure. Judges must also understand that they are not enemies of the people, or indeed of the government. The role of a judge is not only to restrain abuse of power, but also uphold the work of government when it acts within its powers or is on the right path. Our judiciary must embrace the concept of open justice by publishing and explaining decisions and by allowing access to the court in person and through broadcasts in very important matters. It is for this reason that I'm proud to state that as Attorney General, I've led in this quest of ensuring open justice in Ghana as a way of dispelling misconceptions, misinterpretations, and misinterpretations of court decisions by making a formal application, indeed 2 formal applications to the Chief Justice for live broadcasts of particular court proceedings of overwhelming public interest. In point of fact, the first time there was live broadcast of proceedings in court in a case other than a presidential election petition was this year, pursuant to my application, and it happened with the kind cooperation of the Legislative Chief Justice, Saki Tokunu. And it is worthy to note that the United States Supreme Court does not even allow complete live broadcast of proceedings. We must therefore appreciate our progress in this regard. As I resume my seat, and I think at this time it's also appropriate, it is appropriate to wish Her Ladyship the Chief Justice a happy birthday in advance. A happy 62nd birthday in advance. I'm aware she's going to Malaysia. The roses will come in Malaysia. As I resume my seat, I must emphasize the need for a strong bar as a partner for nation building. A fragmented bar is not in the interest of the bar itself. Neither is it for society. We must have one strong bar association. We must make the processes for physical participation of all lawyers in the annual bar conference flexible. I'm aware that some lawyers attempted to register a week or two ago, but were not permitted to do so. They thus cannot vote or make their voices heard in important decisions. This situation cannot be right. We are still a small family. Our processes must be such as to encourage participation of all. Else, a time will come when lawyers will find it cumbersome or tedious attending a bar conference and participating in important decisions. And I must say that I miss the days when lawyers could show up in the morning of conference, register, and be allowed to participate in the conference. And it does not present any security concerns at all. Indeed, we must find a way to change. I'm aware that this year is an election year. May I take the opportunity to wish all the candidates the very best, and may the best candidates win. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. May I humbly and respectfully invite Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Saki Tokono, the Chief Justice of the Republic, to address us and open the conference.
Thank you. Please sit. Your Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, Your Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, King of the Ashanti Kingdom, Nananom and Nana Hima hearing present, the Vice Chancellor, members of the Council of State, Honorable Godfred Yeboah-Dame, Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the Regional Minister of Ashanti Region, Honorable Simon Osei-Mensah, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament present, MMDCs, Heads of Security Agencies, my Lords of the Superior Courts, eminent clergy, law deans, Director of Legal Education, national and regional executives of the Ghana Bar Association, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am greatly delighted. Oh, my husband reminded me this morning to acknowledge him. Mr. Francis Tokono. Mr. Francis Tokono, fourth gentleman, good morning. And then we have peace at home. I am greatly delighted to join you this morning to open the annual conference of the Ghana Bar Association. The lineup of conference activities spanning spiritual dedication, intellectual discourses, and learning sessions, sporting activities, deliberations on emotionally disturbing issues, and the usual dancing sessions that remain unequaled in exhilaration, which I miss very much from bar conferences, reflects the buoyant strength of the Ghana Bar. Clearly, the Ghana Bar Association continues to grow from strength to strength. To the executive, thank you for keeping the torch of excellence high. The 2023-2024 legal year was a mountaintop experience for me, following the passage of the responsibility of Chief Justice to me in June 2023. Assuredly, God has been with me through this first year in office. I have experienced the grace of good health, sound mind, and the cooperation of the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, the bar, and the good people of Ghana. I am extremely grateful and can only say it in what must be two of the most impactful yet simplest words known to human vocabulary. Thank you. Your Excellency, Your Majesty, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's Bar Conference, Peaceful, Fair, and Transparent Elections, the Key to Sustainable Democracy, unquote, speaks to what is on the heart of every Ghanaian. The electoral process is a legal process. It is conducted in accordance with a statutory framework. Equally, there are settled legal norms for determining any disputes arising therefrom. This requires that stakeholders come to the electoral process with full recognition and appreciation of the legal regimes surrounding it. Who qualifies to stand as a candidate? What makes a vote valid or invalid? Which court has appropriate jurisdiction to settle an originating petition or application invoking the supervisory jurisdiction of the court? What is the proper procedure for commencing all types of claims? The judiciary has always played its part in the electoral process by not only resolving disputes over registration, disputes over parliamentary elections, and disputes over presidential elections, but also maintaining a standing elections management committee chaired by a Supreme Court judge that works actively with all relevant domestic and international organizations to respond to issues raised during and after the electoral process. Now I'd like us to acknowledge His Lordship Justice Bafuboni, who is the current chair of the ECM. In every election cycle, commencing with the opening of registration, this committee tours the country, training and overseeing the work of judges, adjudicating related disputes. Since 2008, the judiciary has also produced a compendium of relevant statutes and case law as a guide for stakeholders. This year, we have moved from the one-volume compendium to a three-volume compendium, allowing for a good sampling of the vast stock of jurisprudence that has developed from the 30 years of the Fourth Republic. I believe that we will be ready to launch it in a few weeks so that stakeholders can familiarize themselves or refresh their memories with the material available. In addition, the Rules of Court Committee has worked on amendments to the High Court Civil Procedure Rules CI 47/2004 to introduce dedicated rules on the resolution of parliamentary elections. It was noted in previous election cycles that the absence of a dedicated time frame for resolution of parliamentary election disputes and the subjecting of such disputes to the regular procedural rules of court led to horrendous abuse of the adjudicatory process. These amendments seek to address this phenomenon and introduce further measures for expedited hearings, such as electronic service of court processes. Further amendments of the Supreme Court Rules CI 16 to improve the time frame for hearing of any presidential election petition, which I hope will not occur, is also in progress. My humble view, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is that the relatively peaceful journey that the Fourth Republic has been is anchored on this consistent addressing of weaknesses found in every election cycle. But as we know, sustaining the democracy calls for more than election cycles. It calls for building strong institutions, as well as a population that is committed to the rule of law. Whether people function as political activists, media activists, or legal activists. As long as actors in the electoral process commit themselves to honor legality over private determinations, our democracy can only grow from strength to strength. Your Excellency, Your Majesty, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will all agree that law is the fundamental infrastructure of society. It is needed to plan cities, towns, and houses. It is needed to guide the management of rivers, forests, and every form of human habitat. It is needed to determine and define governance structures for society, whether as arms of government, institutional, corporate, or traditional governance. And it is needed to guide every form of human relations, from family, commerce, to justice administration. To quote Roscoe Pound, justice is always according to law. Soon after I took office, therefore, I crafted a vision statement to guide my leadership journey as Chief Justice and to enable all stakeholders to work with me towards defined goals. On 8th April 2024, I presented this vision statement at the Leading Justice Conference. LEAD is an acronym for law, ethics, assets, digitalization, and due process. My expectation is that when we, as lawyers, judges, law faculties, Nananom, and all stakeholders in justice administration work together to increase the culture of legality, ethical conduct, and development of critical infrastructure, such as digital tools for the mandate entrusted in justice delivery, we shall achieve the efficiency and just outcomes that the nation deserves. Although all personnel that support the justice delivery function of the judiciary are experts in different fields, more than 99% of our supporting directorates, officers, and staff do not have the requisite training on consideration of what affects legality, due process, and validity of court processes and proceedings. So it is with the supporting staff of law offices and legal departments of other institutions. It is from this perspective that, apart from resolutely leading the development of manuals, guides, and directions for court processes and proceedings, I also set the Judicial Training Institute the task of producing curriculum for paralegal training of all judicial service staff. The first batch of this material is ready for use, and we are preparing more faculty members to assist in delivering consistent training for all our 7,000 plus staff. I am excitedly looking forward to staff of judicial service becoming properly trained paralegal secretaries, paralegal accounting personnel, and registrars who are equipped as judicial officers, as is the norm in many jurisdictions. I also note other private paralegal training initiatives and the paralegal program at the Legal Aid Commission and with the Ghana Prison Service to expedite processing of representation for persons unfortunate to find themselves within the grips of the criminal justice system. I wish to take this opportunity as chair of the General Legal Council to invite the bar, academia, corporate Ghana, and Ghana Tertiary Education Commission GTEC to work with the General Legal Council to mainstream paralegal training into appropriate national learning programs so that non-lawyers who work in law firms, legal departments, and institutions that must produce legally valid processes and documentation are properly equipped to support the work of the legal profession. Clearly, it is more than high time for us as a nation dedicated to the rule of law to take a close look at how we can increase the deepening of knowledge of law and legality with the attendant culture of choosing validity and due process over arbitrary activities that lead to corruption of public processes. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the issue of ethical conduct is a matter that seems to threaten and torment each part of our nation. In the courts, we have been confronted with syndicates working to produce fake marriage and fake divorce and other certificates for persons who seek them for purposes other than lawful and credible reasons. Very active steps are being taken to uncover and stem these practices, and I thank the Ghana Police Service, especially the Criminal Investigation Department, for their work. I would like to encourage all persons to help judicial management to stamp out such practices that only go to hurt the reputation of Ghana as an investment destination. It is also necessary, I believe, for all stakeholders in the law and the nation to appreciate that these unethical practices are found in the preparation of land indentures and other documentation by persons who have no legal training or understanding of what makes for validity. These documents often turn out to be unregistrable, leading to extreme frustration of investors in realizing the investment made in immovable property, as well as intractable litigation over land. It is my hope that when we work together to deepen knowledge on legality, threats to the rule of law that citizens labor under daily will be lessened. On the issue of ethics, I must also very unhappily refer to the consistently increasing numbers of lawyers that are referred to the disciplinary committee of the General Legal Council for unethical practices against their clients. The General Legal Council is actively working, engaging the Council of Law Deans concerning the mainstreaming of the study of legal ethics at the faculty level. There seems to be an untoward notion that the law is a route to becoming rich early. However, As officers and guardians of law, I implore lawyers to appreciate their sacred role and reduce the treatment of the law only as an avenue for wealth creation. Lawyers are expected to guide their work towards just outcomes and nothing more, of course, and to earn money from that. But it's not the other way around. Indeed, with the increasing numbers of new lawyers being called to the bar, I have very strongly requested the executive of the Bar Association to communicate to all lawyers, all new lawyers, that unless there is a clean and clear record that proves that lawyers have done pupillage, the General Legal Counsel will not be in a position to license them to practice law in their jurisdiction. So will it be with all conditions required for renewing practicing licenses. On the progress of the digitalization agenda of the judiciary, I am happy to report that we have actively started the digitization of appeal records so that they are transmitted electronically, thereby reducing the cost of producing multiple records manually and also making their corrections easier. We have also started the process of delivering to the nation a paperless Supreme Court and Court of Appeal registry. It is my ardent prayer that by the time I stand before you next year, God giving us all life, this process would have reached completion. I am also glad to report that the 100 new courts that continue to be delivered by the District Assembly Common Fund have taken the need for the building of new courts off the table. Your Excellency, your government has achieved this feat. We don't need any more courts. Not in the short term. Still, many courts continue to reflect inordinately high case loads. From the data received from the current 450 trial courts in operation, as at the end of August, 43 have a load higher than 300 cases on their list, and 25 have a case load higher than 500, with 10 courts burdened more than 800 cases. Some more than 1,000 cases being handled by one judge. This is not healthy for the judges and all stakeholders in the adjudication process. The response of judicial management is not to seek the building of new courtrooms to solve these anomalies, but to rationalize the use of existing courtrooms to cater for areas with higher caseloads, to deploy more judges to assist with high caseloads, and to increase the use of virtual courts. This is what has led to the establishment of afternoon courts and Saturday courts. There are also as many as 63 courts with a caseload of fewer than 50 cases on their list. In such courts, we reduce staff and engage judges that travel itinerantly to sit over those few cases. In conclusion, allow me to alert the bar of my intention to start a crusade to terminate the culture of mentioning cases. This is a practice that hurts everyone involved. Citizens and lawyers, including judges, citizens and lawyers leave their businesses and homes to travel to court to do nothing except to hear the title of their case called out. With the introduction of witness statements, the period of courtroom work has been shortened, and all stakeholders in justice delivery are encouraged to use court time efficiently by fixing dates for hearing only after processes have been filed or expiration of the time statutorily provided for parties to file and serve needed processes. In those circumstances, if a party fails to adhere to the statutorily conferred time for responding with their own processes, courts will be encouraged to conduct hearings without them. My prayer is that the legal community will rally to give the nation effective court experiences so that the traumatizing history of adjournments is erased from the mind of the nation. I thank all stakeholders in the legal and justice sectors for their anticipated support as we get ready for the new legal year. I know that the tenure of the current national executive is up, and elections for new executives form part of the agenda for this conference. I must articulate my gratitude for the excellent support and cooperation that the current executive have given me this past year. Mr. President, you and your executive helped me to settle down strongly and quickly. It was a joy working with you, and I look forward to welcoming the new executive to the General Legal Council, the Judicial Council, and the Rules of Court Committee and other committees of these bodies. God bless you all, and may he make his face to shine upon the nation as we tackle the oncoming elections in a transparent manner that will sustain Ghana's democracy. On this note, I declare the 2024-2025 Annual General Conference of the Ghana Bar Association duly opened.
Thank you, my Lady Chief Justice. It is time to hear from the President of the Ghana Bar Association. So may I humbly now invite Mr. Yawe Champon Boafo to give us his address.
His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic, His Royal Majesty Tumfo Osei Tutu II Asantehene and Chancellor of this great university, Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Isaba Sakitokonu, Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, accompanied by the most romantic spouse in the country, Mr. Francis Tuku. Since the Chief Justice wants peace at home, we support her in that cause. Honorable Joseph Osei-Usu, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, my Lords Justices of the Supreme Court and other superior courts of judicature, the Right Honorable Godfred Yeboah Dame, Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Ministers of State, Honorable Simon Osei-Mensah, Ashanti Regional Minister, Honorable Afretia Yeboah, Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Honorable Diana Asunaba Dapatre for Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Professor Rita Akusia-Dixon, Vice Chancellor, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Professor Ellis Dabo, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Honorable Sam Pine, Mayor of Kumasi and other MMDCs, Nananom, Nana Jakome Difie, Mamponhima and other Queen Mothers, members of the National Executive Committee and General Council of the Bar, learned friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. One does not need to have the foresight of a Hebrew prophet to know that this is my valedictory conference address. If there ever was a fairy tale ending to a story of a journey of the bar leadership, it certainly would be mine. For it was in this city of my birth, the Jerusalem of the Republic of Ghana, and at this same venue in September 2015, that I addressed conference for the first time in my capacity as Ashanti Regional President, and delivered a welcome address for conference that, without intending to sound boastful, is generally considered to be the best ever. The memories of that conference have lived with members who were present forever. Today, I deliver my final address to conference as National President in the same city and at the same venue. And I can only say thank you to the good Lord for how far He has brought me. Unfolding before your very eyes, my levels don't change. Let me take this earliest opportunity to say Akwaba and warm welcome to all you distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen to the beautiful city of Kumasi, the proud host city of this year's bar conference. And we know that by the time we say Nantiye, you forever remember this week. As far as welcomes are concerned, I must mention His Excellency the President of the Republic in a very special way. He was the first Attorney General under the Fourth Republic to attend the whole session of the Ghana Bar Association Conference. He was the first Attorney General to pay for state attorneys to attend conferences, a welcome practice which has persisted to this day. As Foreign Minister, he attended the opening ceremony of every bar conference. As his party's flag bearer, he again attended the opening ceremony of every bar conference. On assumption of the high office of President of the Republic, he has attended the opening ceremony of every bar conference, and today he makes his 8th appearance. His Excellency, the GBA is suggesting to you that it is possible for you to personally break your 8, so that when you complete your constitutionally mandated term as President of the Republic and retire from high office, you'll still be attending bar conferences for as long as the good Lord allows you. Mr. President, the GBA assures you of its utmost gratitude for your unflinching commitment to our values, interests, and our cause. Otumfuo Osei Tutu Asante Hene is onto a title to a special welcome. On 26 April 1999, Otumfuo was installed as the 16th Asante Hene. It came to pass that a few months into his reign, the GBA annual conference was held in Kumasi from Sunday 26 September 1999 to Thursday 30th September 1999. Otumfuo accepted the invitation as a special guest of honor and, as usual, delivered a riveting speech at the opening ceremony on Monday 27 September 1999. Of all the qualities lawyers are known for, it could be said that clairvoyance is not one of them. However, the GBA leaders at the time must certainly be clairvoyant when they conferred an honorary membership of the Ghana Bar Association under Asante Hene, and the reign of the Asante Hene has been nothing short of spectacular. In 2008, the Asante Hene honored the GBA and hosted a store black tie dinner at Meshia Palace. He repeated it in 2015. It has now become the main attraction for conferences held in Kumasi, This evening, the Asantehene once again hosts us to another black tie dinner. Unfortunately, because of our numbers, only 700 of us have been invited to attend the event. We can safely say that Asantehene has discharged all his obligations to the GBA. He has fully paid in kind his brother-in-law Cutlass, Akontasekan. We deem it a blessing and very significant that in the Silver Jubilee year, that Asantehene has found time to be us. That makes us special. That Asantehene is definitely one of us. Utumfo Yedawase. I wish to also express my profound gratitude to the indefatigable members of the Council of the Ghana Bar Association, the executives of the Ashanti Regional Bar Association, and others who have tirelessly assisted and cooperate to make this year's conference a reality and hopefully a success. I also deem it fit and needful to specially acknowledge and thank the Vice Chancellor and Council of this great university for opening their doors to us and putting their facilities at our disposal at this conference. We are grateful. So, we are happy to be back to Kumasi. Our special gratitude goes to the traditional municipal authorities and indeed to the good people in Kumasi for hosting us. I've overheard a lot of residents say in my rounds, lawyer for Wukru. This should not be surprising, as there is no place in Ghana that has a history of the struggle for civil liberties than Kumasi. Amadou Baba, Mohamed Ladan, Bafwa Kutu, who are known to every student of constitutional law, were all residents of Ashanti Newtown. It is therefore not surprising that our own Nana Ejay Bafwa has agreed to sponsor a trip to Menchia South for interested members to visit the homes of Amadou Baba, Mohamed Ladan, and Bafwa Akutu. This year's conference is on the theme, I remember mine, not the secretary forgot his. Peaceful, free, fair, and transparent elections, the key to sustainable democracy. Clap for me that I remembered much. The choice of this theme could not have been accidental. For a nation and its people that are preparing for another general elections in about 89 days from today, I believe that the theme of the conference is very appropriate and comes at an opportune time. There are undoubted backgrounds and antecedents to what it is to come in December that serve as good basis for retrospection and perspectives within our unique recent history. Ghana last year celebrated 30 years of constitutional rule under the 1992 Constitution, with a precursor to that observation of 7 January as a public holiday since 2019. It is instructive to acknowledge that the 1992 Constitution is the 4th one in the history of Ghana since our independence in 1957. Since the inception of the 1922 Constitution, Ghana has gone on to enjoy undoubtedly its longest uninterrupted constitutional rule, surpassing the 6 years uninterrupted rule under the 1960 Republican Constitution. The establishment of constitutional rule in Ghana under the aegis of the Constitution, following its approval in a referendum in April 1992, did not come on a silver platter. Its antecedents do not only reveal sacrifices and struggles by the citizenry and civil society organizations but were tumultuous, bloody, and despondent. Constitutional rule and democracy under the Constitution have guaranteed the right of Ghanaians to vote and be voted for under Article 42 of the Constitution. That has immeasurably and undoubtedly ensured an enhanced participatory democracy in Ghana in the last 3 decades. Ghana has so far had 8 different general elections since 1992. A 9th one is under 3 months away. It is not in doubt that the stakes are even higher, and that is expressed in some of the public commentaries of leading figures of the 2 main political parties in this country, some of which have been most inappropriate and irresponsible. These pronouncements have been met with the fitting criticisms and condemnation, and the justifications or attempted rationalization by their proponents and underlings have been unconvincing, to say the least. Inherent in those criticisms and commendations is a realization that such utterances and political rhetoric are incendiary that could stoke needless agitations, unrest, and conflicts that could ultimately destabilize our democratic gains and electoral processes. Our political leaders and their hirelings, who appear on campaign platforms and in the media, are called upon to be measured and circumspect in their utterances and actions so as not to hurt and jeopardize our peace, progress, and stability. The importance, utility, and opportunities of democratic rule, with all these incidents, including regular national elections under the Constitution, cannot be overemphasized. I am not saying all has been lofty and smooth sailing, but it has at least given Ghana some relative peace and political stability. We dare not take this for granted. Let us spare a moment to look around us, even in the sub-region. It is said that Ghana is an oasis of peace in a rather troubled and turbulent sub-region. Most of the countries in West Africa and around have tasted and have been involved in one form or the other of military adventurisms in the last few years. For the fact that there has been uninterrupted and sustained political stability in the last 30 years without any military intervention or coup, showing democratic consolidation never seen in the history of Ghana post-independence, is a testament to the path of constitutional rule we have chosen as a people. Recently, a professor with a think tank in Accra posited rather disturbingly that Ghana's democracy is under threat if some stated concerns of the pending elections turn violent are not addressed. He had also alleged that the Ghana Armed Forces were ready to intervene should the elections in the country turn violent beyond the control of the Ghana Police Service. A rather swift rejoinder by the Ghana Armed Forces through his head of public relations, Brigadier General Agrikwashi, saying that the Ghana Armed Forces had no intention to stage a coup and would even prevent and resist any individual, group, or organization seeking to take over unlawfully the power of government, either acting alone or in collaboration with any security agency, was most reassuring and commendable. That statement from the Ghana Armed Forces was only consistent with the duty of all of us to respect and protect the 1992 Constitution for resolution of grievances by due process of the law, especially through court processes. A resort to violence has never been a veritable option in civilized democracies. We must all appreciate that an imperfect constitutional democracy that gives the opportunity to citizens to either periodically change governments or extend their mandate is a far better option than any form of military adventurism, where our lives and opportunities will be at the whims and caprices of some lawless few, throw back to our past days of shame. However, that should not also make us feel and act complacent. Despite our relative democratic gains and electoral successes since 1992, the obvious truth is that we pale in comparison to established democracies such as the USA and the UK. We should not act like the anecdotal young man who manages to travel to the USA or the UK and returns to Ghana with a fake English accent amidst delusions of grandeur. That is why the upcoming general elections are crucial, serving another litmus test of our democratic credentials. The eyes of the African continent and the rest of the world will be firmly gazed on Ghana. They'll be looking to see if we have the mettle and desire to handle our differences and continue the path of democratic consolidation as the surest way to guarantee sustainable democracy. Let us prove that democracy has found a home in Ghana and that we should not go back. A lot more will be expected of us during our elections to elect a new president and other executives to steer the affairs of the association in the next 3 years. Whatever has been said about the conditions that must exist to ensure a peaceful, free, and transparent elections equally apply to our upcoming elections as a microcosm of what is to come on December 7 in the general election. As usual, Ghanaians will be looking to the GBA for leadership as the general election approaches. Incidentally, in a few days' time, we'll be voting in our own elections to select executives who will steer the affairs of the GBA for the next 3 years. How do we show leadership in these times? It is the noise of silence, the power of our example. We can only look to the nation and acquire the legitimacy to speak truth to politicians if our own example allows us to do so. Have we conducted ourselves, our campaigns, and our collective conduct leading to our elections? How have we conducted ourselves, our campaigns, and our collective conduct leading to our elections? Simply put, have we come to equity with clean hands? It is rather unfortunate that our conduct and campaign leaves much to be desired. We hear of partisan alignments, monetary inducements, virtually posts on WhatsApp platforms, outlandish promises that cannot be possible within the provisions of the GBA Constitution. Unfortunately, Some of these unsavory matters have found its way to the mass media. It should be of great concern to every well-meaning member of the GBA. The GBA is a noble association of learned persons, and there is no place in the association for such conduct, which may be permissible in the realm of partisan politics. We lose our voice if we also behave like politicians. We must understand this basic principle. The GBA leads, the GBA does not follow. The registration of voters and conduct of general elections in Ghana is constitutionally mandated in the Electoral Commission under Article 46 of the Constitution. While these parties slug it out and execute their plans and tactics as securing electoral victory, and which we believe shall be within the law, it also requires the EC not to be complacent, but to put their acts together to once again deliver on their mandate to delivering a truly credible, transparent, fair, and world-class elections. That would mean that before, during, and after the general elections, the actions and declaration by the Electoral Commission and its chairperson, head deputies, and other commissioners should inspire confidence in the electoral process, leading to an outcome that would have credibility and wide acceptance. To ensure a peaceful society as a key to sustainable democracy, there is one useful tool that I believe can help us achieve with the rising political tension. It is called dialogue. Dialogue is ubiquitous all around us, at home, between siblings about who should do the chores, at the office about the manager and employee considered the best way to achieve corporate goals, and across the political plane and in governance as to what constitutes priority setters for allocation of scarce resources. It is crucial for democracy as it ensures diverse perspectives are considered in decision-making processes. By way of a necessary disclosure, I am an unashamed proponent of dialogue. My extensive lived experience from working with different persons and situations, count from home, work environment, and professional practice has continually reinforced my belief in dialogue. Upon assumption of office as the president of the Ghana Bar Association, I set out to pursue dialogue, both internally, especially in my engagements with the other executives and council members, and in external relations with other institutions and leaders. It was in that spirit why I led delegations of the GBA to pay courtesy calls and interact with the two chiefs of the defense staff who have been in office during my tenure, Vice Admiral Seth Amwama and Lieutenant General Thomas Opompipra, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu-Dampare. It is in that same spirit, whereby my position as the bar president, I have rather used constitutional and statutory structures or avenues, such as the Judicial Council, General Legal Council, and occasional and audiences with the interactions and audiences with the President, the Attorney General, and persons in authority to deliberate and dialogue on matters of national interest instead of running to the media. Unfortunately, this position has led to all manner of accusations and misconceptions against me. It has increased the decibel levels of the accusation that the bar has lost its voice. That is not so. In a democracy, activism is intellectual, not militant, especially in this era of heated and oftentimes unnecessary and unhealthy discourse. As I stated earlier, my lived experiences are the basis of my fundamental conviction that dialogue is always the best solution as opposed to barnstorming and hubris. Dialogue is for the brave. It is a soothing balm and a panacea. I am the only national president whose father was once the national secretary of the Ghana Bar Association. My father, Honorable S.K. Boafo, held that position from 1982 to 1985 during the presidency of the legendary J. Kajimai. My uncle, Kwame Boafo, was called to the bar in 1980. As a teenager, I knew there was a yearly ritual where my father and my uncle would pack their bags to attend something called a bar conference for some days. For me, it was a happy moment, as I will escape my father's overarching and probing discipline. However, for my paternal grandmother, the late Mrs. Mary Chumesiwa Boafo, it meant something else. During that period, she would be somber, praying in all manner of tongues and ensconced in her bedroom. For me, it was my grandmother engaging in her melodramatic theatrics. After some days, the dreaded sound of the horn of my father's Peugeot 504 would sound, heralding the arrival of my father and my uncle. My happy days would be over. My grandmother would burst in jubilation, thanking God for the arrival of his sons. It was when I became a father of adult sons that I now appreciated the agony of my grandmother. Her sons had traveled and their safety wasn't guaranteed. Unknown to me, she had feared for their lives while praying for their safe arrival. That was a lot of lawyers, Uncle Sam is here, who attended bar conferences in those days. I shudder to think of how I would feel if my two adult sons, Kwejwadade and Marcus, decide to attend an event where their safety is not guaranteed. In my junior lawyer days, my father shared an experience that has had a profound effect on me. Past President J.K. Ajimai and my father attended an IBA conference in the United States and made a presentation on the delivery of justice by the public tribunals. Naturally and unsurprisingly, as informed by the turbulent environment at that time, the presentation was critical of the public tribunal system. That presentation led to a 10-month exile for J.K. Ajimai in Nigeria and my father in the UK. These harrowing experiences all happened under a military regime. At times, the unintended consequences of unbridled militant agitations, whether in word or in deed, create conditions for military adventurers to take over. There is no way the powerful voice of the GBA should be part of such unintended consequences. As President Barack Obama stated, the fact that you have the biggest hammer does not mean every problem is a nail. There is a need for a constant reminder that our voice supersedes the voice of any professional body, and it must be handled with great care. The bar must always be a voice of reason, amidst cacophony of vile noises and irresponsible comments made in the public space. The GBA must always strive to be an island of sanity within an ocean of madness. As a gentle reminder, I charged the Executive Secretary when I took office to look for the photographs of all past presidents of the GBA to be framed and hung at the remodeled conference room at the National Secretariat. Some people thought I was engaging in some aesthetic vainglory. Certainly not. It is intended to be a permanent reminder to the leadership of the bar of our history, purpose, and prestige. From R.S. Blade to Anthony Forson lies a history unblemished and unparalleled, and any bar leader would then understand the essence of the office he holds. I do not do this because I have been compromised and influenced by outside influences or partisan loyalties. I do so because I believe it is the right thing to do. Does that mean that the GBA must keep mute and stand idly by when grave injustices are unfolding behind our eyes? We can't do that. The GBA must go beyond public statements. The GBA should mediate, commence public interest litigation in courts of competent jurisdiction, and issue professional opinions on matters of national interest. In my humble opinion, merely issuing public statements that may only be broadcast if a media house decides to do so, and not doing anything else is not enough. Sometimes I do so not only because I believe that it's more constructive and effective, but I also find that it's marks of betrayal and bad faith with its attendant effect of creating suspicions and mistrust in future engagements when after deliberations I come to the media. It must be put on record that twice a year, the President of the Republic grants access to the GBA to deliberate on matters affecting the nation. These discussions held behind closed doors are frank yet cordial, and the GBA hopes the next President of the Republic, irrespective of his political party, continues with such engagements. The Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, has also since his election as Speaker met the leadership of the GBA every year and always invites us to send representation and comments to Parliament on very important matters of state. I want to reiterate that the GBA has never, is not, and shall never be an appendage of any political party. It has never happened, it is not happening, and we must ensure that it never happens in the future. As lawyers, it is part of our training and practice to promote dialogue. The effective use of dialogue to resolve disputes is expressed through means such as mediation and negotiation. Many a lawyer can attest to the effectiveness and utility of dialogues between parties in resolving otherwise complicated and thorny issues between parties. Yet again, dialogue in its pristine form was evident in our country in the work of the Committee of Eminent Chiefs, headed by the Asantehene, appointed to mediate and resolve the protracted Dagbon crisis dispute of many years. The eminent chiefs finally succeeded to resolve the chieftaincy dispute, mainly through dialogue, which culminated in the installation of a new Yana for Dagbon. The above examples serve as a good reason and template for dialogue to be replicated and promoted in our country, especially in an election year such as this. It is why I believe many Ghanaians find it refreshing, commendable, and positive that the National Democratic Congress, at the beginning of this year, returned to the Inter-Party Advisory Committee after a 3-year absence over electoral concerns following the 2020 general elections. From the grassroots through to the electoral areas and at the constituency level to the national level, people and electorates should embrace and use dialogue in resolving disputes instead of taking to arms and engaging in violence. The GBA urges the Electoral Commission and our political parties to use dialogue in resolving any difference or concerns. Through that, grievances will be better addressed, valuable feedback given, and electoral processes more streamlined, which will go a long way to ensure transparency, credibility, and acceptance of electoral processes and outcomes, and by extension, deepening a sustainable democracy and peaceful coexistence in our country. To our brothers and sisters in the media space, please beware of the season. Everything should not be about and be reduced to monetization, sensationalism, and getting traffic to your stations and platforms. The Ghana Bar Association joins the calls for more responsibility, decency, restraint, and circumspection on our airways and on the other media outlets, especially in this election year. The media and the programs they produce and publish should be healthy ones that promote peaceful coexistence and offering real talk shop and marketplace of ideas, where opinions and superior alternatives are discussed and exchanged within an atmosphere of civility, rather than platforms used as outlets for ventilation of divisions, intemperate language, and beating of war drums. While the upcoming general elections and their related matters remain paramount, they should not take our minds from other equally important matters that have replaying effects on how we effectively achieve sustainable democracy and indeed affect our very existence as a people. For example, corruption is still persistent. Corruption manifests itself through embezzlement, bribery, and misappropriation and plain stealing of public funds, and even in case of conflict of interest. There appears to be unanimity on the ubiquity of corrupt practices within the public sector and among the general population that has had deleterious effects on growth and development. It is considered that corruption, irrespective of its form, shape, and color, affects the economy and further impoverishes the poor and poses an existential threat to democratic governance. Since 1992, various and successive governments have implemented initiatives and policies and programs to deal with and curb corruption in Ghana. However, the current reality is that corruption is still a very big problem that hinders Ghana's development and its quest to consolidate constitutional rule. The revelations from the sittings of Public Accounts Committee of Parliament and the Auditor General's reports are not only staggering, but make a sad commentary on the state of corruption in Ghana. In the latest Global Corruption Perception Index report released by Transparency International on 30th January 2024, Ghana scored 43 out of a clean score of 100 and ranked 70th out of 180 countries and territories included in the Corruption Perception Index CPI. According to the said report, that marks the 4th consecutive year of stagnation in Ghana's anti-corruption efforts, as indicated by the CPI. While the GBA accepts that the attribution of Ghana's stagnation on the CPI to the deteriorating justice system, which it says is reducing the accountability of public officials and therefore allowing corruption to thrive, is contestable and may not be wholly accurate. And while the GBA acknowledges the works and efforts of state institutions such as the judiciary, the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of the Special Prosecutor in charge to deal with corruption and corruption-related matters, nonetheless, it still paints a grim picture of the state of corruption and its fight in Ghana. In other words, we can do better and must be doing better in fighting this canker. The GBA calls for increased allocation of funds to resource the known constitutional and statutory bodies to fight corruption, and for Ghanaians to generally demonstrate more integrity with their dealings with one another. The GBA is aware that the Conduct of Public Officers Bill has taken some time to be passed by Parliament into law. There has been an inordinate delay. We believe that this bill, when passed into law, will be very key in ensuring high standards and integrity and accountability in public office, and by extension, reducing corruption-related acts, especially within the public sector. We urge the executive and the legislature to work together with more urgency in ensuring that this bill is passed into law before the expiration of the current government, in the lifetime of the current parliament, as assured by my very best friend, Mr. Alfred Tiayeboa, a Deputy Attorney General, last year. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, at last year's annual General Conference of the GBA, gave a firm assurance that a law on the conduct of public officers was in the offing. 1 year down the line, we believe that it is fit and appropriate to ask for specific answers from His Excellency and his government regarding timelines and a roadmap to its actualization. There is also the issue of the unhealthy monetization of our elections and lack of transparency in the funding of political parties, especially during election years. Suffice it to say that the monetization of our politics and elections is now commonplace. The natural consequences of monetization of our politics and elections is demonstrably clear. From the appointment of sometimes unqualified and incompetent, but financially endowed persons to positions to brazen corruption through the award of inflated procurement contracts, sometimes through sole sourcing and diversion of state resources to the few at the expense of the citizenry. Monetization of elections also affects the integrity and fairness of electoral process and outcomes. That affects our quest for a truly sustainable and functioning democracy. Social justice is very dear to my heart. It has been a common theme that runs through an overwhelming majority of my public speeches as National President of the GBA. There is good reason for that. One of utmost importance and very dear to me is the funding for and allocation for the running of the public school system, SITOS, especially at the basic level and general quality of education offered within our public school system. It is certain that pupils who attend SITO are from poor and deprived backgrounds. The clear abandonment of the SITO schools reinforced the notion that our democratic experience under the Fourth Republic is becoming one of elite freeloading. To invest in infrastructure in grade A senior high schools, where the children of the elite make up the highest intake, to the detriment of investing in SITOs can never be justified. The chasm that exists between our public basic schools and that of our public senior high schools should be a blot on our collective conscience as a nation. While I concede that the free SHS is very good and revolutionary, however, equal attention must be given to basic education at the public schools to ensure that they are not left behind. It is sad that many adolescent and teenage girls from poor rural communities cannot attend school during the period of their menstruation. This accounts for absenteeism during the BEC. Young girls cannot suffer because of biology. School attendance cannot be determined by the vagaries of the weather. Anytime I travel across this country and I see young SITO pupils wearing tattered clothes, walking to school buildings that at best should be crowds for rearing cattle, when I see pictures of pupils sitting on the bare floor in ramshackle buildings supposed to be classrooms, when I led a delegation of the GBA to Mbepe to present educational items and saw the effects of the dam spillage on SITO education, I cannot but feel sad as to how the political class and urban elite have become so insular and uncaring. These experiences led me to ask all male lawyers on Father's Day to make donations of sanitary pads to poor communities in every region, which was well received. It is my wish that it becomes part of the bar calendar even after my tenure ends. There is a need for us to take care for the vulnerable and sacrifice for the sake of our nation. We cannot live in urban areas and not think about the rural poor. Mr. President, the Ghana card should bridge this gap. It should not only be touted as a travel document that can be presented at airports. Airport travel in Ghana is largely a luxury and is an elite activity. The Ghana card could also be used to means test access to social intervention programs. We can help the poor without necessarily benefiting the rich. The free SHS program must be means tested using the data compiled by the National Identification Authority so that rich parents do not suddenly transform to become peasant farmers, as in the days of old when we had the Cocoa Board Scholarship. Students from comfortable backgrounds who attended expensive basic schools must pay fees at the senior high school level so that resources are free to fully cater for the poor and vulnerable. Mr. President, we must invest more in cyto education, eliminate schools under trees, provide sanitary paths for poor young girls, first, before spending so much on secondary education. As one comes before two, so basic education comes before secondary education. It ensures orderliness. There is also this recent revelation about the school feeding program from the Auditor General, which will serve as a source of concern for us and call for review and improvements in the operations of the program, the main beneficiaries of which are from peoples from poor backgrounds. As a nation, our security is threatened when a chasm develops between the rich and the poor, the urban dweller and the rural dweller. The GBA calls on the current government and the future ones to implement policies that will improve and make public school education at the basic level both accessible to the poor and marginalized in our society while ensuring quality. In my opinion, the award of government scholarships should be only what it is. That is, informed by real merit, economic and financial need of beneficiaries, especially those from poor backgrounds, and relevance to specific critical areas of study and research, especially when such critical areas of study and research, particularly in science, technology and research programs that are not offered by local universities. I find it immoral and troubling that government scholarships are given or awarded to persons with political connections and who are already from privileged and rich backgrounds at the expense of brilliant, but truly needy individuals and students. Recent reports have revealed corruption, sheer abuse, nepotism, and political patronage in the award of government scholarships in this country. It is equally unacceptable for multiple government scholarships to be given to an individual, while in some cases, awardees take the scholarships and never attend the courses or programs, while other Ghanaians who need a fraction of the amounts to study at local universities are denied and waste away at home with all their skills and talents. It is equally unacceptable that scholarships in foreign currencies are awarded to people to study abroad when such programs or areas of study can be pursued at our local universities. We call for a review of how government scholarships are awarded or distributed in this country. It is recommended that legislation to streamline or regulate the distribution of scholarships in the country is enacted to deal with the challenges of government scholarships. Let me also add that about the need to ensure equitable development across the country to help curb the worsening rural-urban drift. It is proper to refer to Article 36(2)(d) of the Constitution on the directive principles of state policy. It states, the state shall, in particular, take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include D, undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of each region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural areas and generally redressing any imbalance in development between the rural and the urban areas. Accordingly, the GBA reiterates its call to the government and the state for that matter to take more effective and sustainable steps to ensure the realization of a much more fair and equitable development across the country and across the diverse sectors of the economy and sections of the populace, including more effective policy and measures to tackle unemployment in all forms, especially among the youth, and bring real development to the people in the rural areas of our country, thereby dealing with the rural-urban drift. Ghana is more than Accra and Kumasi. Let us also not forget in haste that Galamsey is still with us and wreaking havoc on our forests, water bodies, and the livelihoods of thousands of families whose farmlands and crops have been affected Galamsey or illegal mining is still a topical issue that deserves comment. The harmful effects of galamsey are all around us. Last year, I mentioned a statement from the Pediatric Society of Ghana in which its president, Dr. John A. Appiah, has established from their studies of how the galamsey menace is contributing to deaths among children, as well as cognitive deficits which affect their school performance and suspected to cause congenital malformations. To make matters worse, the Ghana Water Company Limited in the Central Region recently released a statement dated 31st August 2024 with the heading, Water Supply Challenges Emanating from Illegal Mining Activities, in which it announced water supply challenges within Cape Coast, Elmina, and surrounding communities, resulting from a demand-supply gap as a result of inadequate raw water received at the Sechrehimine Water Treatment Plant as a result of galamsey. And there are several stories like this reported in the media about the raging menace of illegal mining. On 2nd September 2024, my joint online also reported that the Ghana Water Company Ashanti Region has forewarned that residents in Obuasi and adjoining communities face a looming water shortage as illegal mining activities continue to ravage water bodies in the area due to the pollution of the Odaso River. Similar stories have been reported in other regions. There are fears that Ghana will be facing a water crisis soon require importation of drinking water. Some recent reported visit by some popular journalists in Ghana to some of our major rivers with accompanying pictorial and video evidence show that these major rivers across the country have been polluted, showing impunity and lawlessness of those actively destroying our lands and rivers and their equally shameless financiers. Despite the efforts and assurance of government to deal with the menace, there appears to be a consensus that not much has been done to effectively and roundly deal with it. To be blunt, things are getting worse. An issue which poses an existentialist threat to our nation so severe that His Excellency the President put his presidency on the line, unfortunately, has degenerated into a political football match between the major political parties as to who polluted the water the most. It was quite shocking and most regrettable when a member of the leadership of Parliament on the floor of Parliament stated that the minority party during this period in government polluted the waters of Ghana more than the ruling party. Such a irresponsible statement by a member of Parliament is symptomatic of the malaise affecting our dear nation. Every issue must be reduced to partisan point scoring while our nations bleeds dry. It reveals an uncaring political elite only interested in holding lofty positions in government. The anecdotal evidence that galamsey is controlled by powerful interests in Ghana cannot be ignored. The state must be honest and deal with the real powers behind this menace. We cannot deal with galamsey by organizing public fora and making noise on our airwaves. We will be playing the ostrich without future if we pretend as we are now. The government must be honest and bold and fish out this evil access of powerful interests. Engaged in a wanton destruction of our environment and deal with them decisively, irrespective of the status of the individuals involved. I also wish to urge us to be circumspect and civil in some of the things we say about judges and their judgments. Solely because you do not like a decision or judgment delivered by a judge, especially because it is politically inconvenient, does not mean the judge was wrong or that the judge had acted improperly. The court and judges give decisions based on what the law is, and not based on how a party or even some section of the people like it to be. It becomes even more troubling and embarrassing when the comments and attacks are made by lawyers, who as officers of the court must and ought to know better. It is even more scandalous and reprehensible in clear cases of lawyers belonging to political parties become disingenuous and mislead the public on decisions of court contrary to what they know the law is, just to make their political party look good. It is dangerous and confuses the unlearned public. The GBA condemns in no uncertain terms partisan attacks on the legal profession and the judiciary, and we shall resist all attempts to foment disaffection against the judiciary and the legal profession. These are very challenging times for our profession. With my close to 30 years at the bar, I can say with certainty that things have changed. The dynamics have changed. We must be a bar that meets the needs of its ever-growing membership. Suffice to say that demography at the bar has changed considerably, and change is inevitable if we must survive. I also wish to encourage us to be diligent, discharge our duties with professionalism and with integrity. Whatever has been said about integrity, especially of public officers, equally applies to us, no matter where we offer professional service and competences, whether in private practice or in public sector. It is sometimes very difficult to hear some lawyers say or publish, very difficult to hear what some lawyers say or publish, when some lawyers say or publish bad and unpleasant things about the GBA and its executives, as well as the very profession from which they earn a living, just to defend the cause of their political parties. How many times have we not been told and cautioned not to cut our noses just to spite our fine faces? As a son of a renowned politician, I know what it takes to be a member of a political party, and I have never understood how membership of a political party will be of more importance to a lawyer than being a member of the most noble profession. That is why it is completely unacceptable for a lawyer appearing as a member of the communication team of a political party to declare on national television that the leadership of the Ghana Bar Association is the most useless in Ghana. And no lawyer from her political tradition advised her to withdraw such a statement. Such attacks do not affect the leadership in either their individual and collective capacities, but the very legal profession that gives you a name and a source of livelihood. I accept that as an association such as ours, with all its attendant diversities, we shall have differences in opinions and notions of propriety. However, I believe that we can have and adopt a much healthier way to ventilate our grievances and opinions within the bounds of respect and civility. At this conference, we'll be discussing the future of the bar, and I implore members to take time. I know that there are some beautiful Bantaman girls that can distract you, but please take time. Especially to our junior lawyers, take time for us to collectively share ideas on the way forward for the GBA. Anyone with views or grievances about the assembly and how things are done is encouraged to voice them out. That is better than letters written for publication in various media outlets that paint a bad picture of us. The issue of conference funding will be discussed. The time has come for us to be innovative yet realistic about conference funding. We must adopt international best practices in this regard. The Council will be posting for our consideration a basic conference registration fee for all members, and all other services such as meals, medical examination, evening events, dinners, etc. will be standalone items, specifically costed so members can make their individual choices. The GBA must place on record the untiring efforts of Professor Raymond Akongro Atuguba, Dean of the University of Ghana School of Law, and Justice Berimaya Opon Kodie in helping develop excellent legal education. Professor Atuguba is spearheading efforts to build a magnificent building befitting our premier law school. And I charge every lawyer in Ghana to contribute to ensure a timely completion of the project. We should make it our own. Whether you are an alumnus of UGSOL or not, the inescapable fact is that the history of our profession can never be written without the invaluable contribution of the University of Ghana to the development of law in this country. Justice Berimaya Opon Kodie, our Director of Legal Education, is at the forefront of expanding access to professional legal education and need our support, especially in finding permanent structures to house the Kumasi campus of the Ghana School of Law. I have found it necessary to quote the former President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. In one of his famous speeches, commonly known as we chose to go to the moon, stated that we chose to go to the moon. We chose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which is intended to win others too. This statement equally applies to Ghana and our choice of democracy and constitutional rule. After many years of military adventurism and autocratic rule, in 1992, we the people of Ghana chose the path of constitutional law and democracy under the aegis of the 1992 Constitution through a referendum. When we chose democracy and constitutional rule, it was not because it was easy and convenient, but because it is hard, because it is challenging, but one that was necessary to provide the most decent and enduring way and environment to mobilize and galvanize our collective efforts, skills, hopes, and talents into one whole and continuum that will propel us to achieve our collective aspirations of unity, socio-economic development, prosperity, national security, and equal opportunities for all. 30 years down the line, we continue our march, unwavering in our quest for sustainable democracy, even if not perfect. Democratic and constitutional rule cannot be perfect by any means. However, let us take solace from the more recent dark periods of our political history and the reasonable strides we have made. Mr. Churchill may have said that democracy is the worst form of government. However, he was quick to acknowledge that it was still superior to all forms of government ever tried by man. In Ghana, we tried military adventurism and autocratic rule. We know which is better. As a popular account proverb goes, Yasuensu, Aswansa, Yehudi Mudru. I urge all of us to play our part, to do our best no matter which trade or profession we find ourselves, with a promise and commitment to help achieve a sustainable democracy in Ghana. We should rise above partisanship. Let us show that despite our cultural, political, and religious differences, we are one people with a common destiny, a common desire, and purpose to build a democratic nation that works for all of us. Let me make a humble call to all Ghanaians of all walks of life, in whatever endeavor we find ourselves, in and across the political and social strata, to be more patriotic to the national cause. We ask Ghanaians to exhibit a renewed and stronger spirit of patriotism. We should strive to be excellent and eschew mediocrity. I believe in elitism. I believe in an elitism achieved through equal opportunity, hard work and perseverance, and not perpetuated through accident of birth. For as the greatest English judge ever, Lord Alfred Thompson Dennis once remarked, I am on the liberal or progressive side. I believe in equal opportunity, and as an old grammar school boy, I believe in independent school. I believe in an elite of excellence, certainly not an elite of the upper class. I would be against that. To my cherished members of the bar, I'm beside myself with mixed emotion that this day offers. It is a mixture of my pride as president of the bar, the gratitude of service, the humility of stewardship, and the reality of this being my last time opening address the conference as president. This day is a momentous one. Let me place on record that it has been a challenging but worthwhile and fulfilling journey so far. From the very first day of my term in office, I hit the ground running, aware of the expectations of me and the various challenges facing our profession within the context of the promises in my manifesto. By God's grace and the support with the other members of the Executive and Bar Council, as well as with your cooperation, I believe I've been able to deliver on most of the thematic areas in my manifesto. Now, I say a big thank you to my parents for not giving up on their most troublesome son, especially my father for his guidance and protection. To my permanent petitioner under the Matrimonial Causes Act, otherwise known as Mrs. Irene Boafo, for taking care of our young children because of my prolonged absence from home. To the members of the National Executive Committee for their dedication and support, and for keeping our disagreements behind closed doors, those major disagreements. For members of the General Council of the Bar for their unwavering support, especially my big brother Amwaka Foko, who loves me so much that in his presence I feel like a pampered Bulsa Royal. To our distinguished past presidents for their invaluable advice delivered to me in private. To Chief Justice Eniyebua for teaching me the value of humility while holding an office of prestige and honor. To Efo JVL Lawson and the wonderful staff at National Secretariat, the late Rita Davis, Eric Ambodena, and Jerry, who has a ready solution to every problem. Roxanne and my personal Yaro, the annoying but yet loyal Stephen Yaba. If there is anything I'll miss as GBA President, it's walking to the reception of National Secretariat and being greeted by the staff, especially Roxanne, with his daily salutation, boss, divine selection of fire. To Anthony Forson Jr., the IPP, for our special professional relationship that has birthed many good things for the GBA. To the ever-dependable Susanna Nyampo. To my insiders, Peter Dazi, Paul Sesakwe, Chris Oseyebo, and Samuel Kofinati. To the ones who engage in treasury, I say a very big thank you, for your treasury made me strong. Just before the whole conference, I had come to my wits' end because of what I considered too much treachery, and I took an impulsive decision to resign without discussing with anyone. I drove to the National Secretariat to draft my resignation letter. As usual, the reliably unreliable Stephen forgot to close the door to my office. And as I sat in my office with tears flowing down my eyes, a gentleman walked into my office. He asked me why I was crying, and I told him I was leaving. He replied, "Do not think your enemies will leave you if you resign." Get your act together and complete your term. He then prayed for me. That gentleman is Kweku Deborah Boadu, and I'll forever cherish that boy. Thank you, Kweku. Finally, to all members of the bar, for giving the opportunity for a young boy from the village of Achineku in the Jusu municipality of Ghana, a village so insignificant that cartographers do not consider listed on the Ghana map, to rise to become the national president of the Ghana Bar Association. I'll forever be grateful. On 8th July 1975, William Adodankwa Akufo-Addo was enrolled on the roll of lawyers of the Republic of Ghana with bar number 1195. Subsequently, he was elected president of the Greater Accra Bar and became a member of the General Council of the Ghana Bar Association. In 1995, he filed to contest the position of national president, but as he had become a politically exposed person, he graciously withdrew his nomination at the conference which was held in Kumasi. On 7th January 2017, he was sworn into office as the 5th president of the 4th Republic and became the first member of the General Council of the Bar to be elected and sworn into the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana. The Ghana Bar Association hereby confers on His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the first ever recipient of the Ghana Bar Association Lifetime Award. Mr. President, since I am the only one you call me president, can you please? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to bring the curtains down on my address by thanking you all for your attendance and attention this morning and as your participation at this year's conference. I wish all of us a very enjoyable and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. May God bless us all.
Thank you, the President of the Ghana Bar Association, Mr. Yao Achampong Boafu. As announced by the President in his speech, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei II would host us to a dinner at the Menchia Palace. His Royal Majesty would deliver his address at the Menchia Palace to the lawyers. So at this time, may I invite Ejaku Nimu and the Adademu Agofroma to give us some cultural display before we proceed. Thank you. Please, all members outside, kindly make your way into the auditorium. The next speaker is a member of the Ghana Bar Association, former council member. His commitment to the Ghana Bar Association is unquestionable. And for the past 8 years, since he became the president of Ghana, he has attended every single bar conference. Indeed, last year, he had to cut short his international assignment just because of conference, because he couldn't miss the conference. This year and today, we are privileged to have him with us once again and to address conference as the President of the Republic. Shall we please welcome, with a resounding applause, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana.
Eminent clergy, Chief Justice and spouse, Otumfuo Asantehene, members of the Council of State, Ashanti Regional Minister, the First Deputy Speaker of Parliament and Member of Parliament for Bekwai, Vice Chancellor of the University, Attorney General, Deputy Attorneys General, Justices of the Supreme Court, active and retired, and other Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature, judges, members of the Judicial Council, Judicial Secretary, members of the General Legal Council, President and members of the Bar Council of the Ghana Bar Association, members of the Ghana Bar Association, heads of national and regional security services, the Kumasi Metropolitan Chief Executive of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly and other MMDCs, Nananum, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. This is an emotional occasion for me, addressing for the 8th and final time this august gathering in my capacity as President of the Republic. And I thank you so much for the award you have generously conferred on me. It is one that I will cherish for the lifetime. Thank you very much. It is also deeply significant because of my long-standing association with the Ghana Bar Association. So I hope you will forgive me if I take some time today. My journey to the highest office of the land began within the confines of the legal profession. I'm a proud product of this noble profession, and it is here amongst you that I've always felt most at home. The values of justice, equity, and the rule of law that we cherish as lawyers have been the guiding principles of my public life. The Ghana Bar Association has played a central role in shaping not just my career, but also my worldview, what the Germans call Weltanschauung. As a young lawyer, freshly called to the bar, I was imbued with the belief that the law is a powerful tool for social change. This belief has underpinned my career as a lawyer, as an advocate for human rights, and eventually as a politician. In the early years of my practice at the bar, in the mid-1970s, after 5 years of international corporate law practice in Paris with an American law firm, I had the privilege of working alongside some of the finest legal minds this country has ever produced. Having unexpectedly inherited the chambers of the eminent Jamaican barrister and one of the leaders of the bar, U.V. Campbell, within 3 months of joining his practice as a junior, when he decided to return to his native Jamaica to become a judge of her Supreme Court, I was thrown as a Nino barrister into the deep ends of the pool, having to learn to swim against acknowledged leaders of the bar, R.S. Blay, Joe Randolph, B.J. Darocha, Peter Ala Ajete, T.A. Toto, Peter Swanaka, Charles Hayfron Benjamin, Norbert Kujawu, J.K. Ajiman, Samuel Kujato, amongst others. U.V. Campbell was counsel either for the plaintiff or for the defendant in a series of important cases involving on the opposite side one or other of these great advocates. I had, without any preparation, to step into his large shoes. It was an exhilarating experience, for I learned the importance of integrity, the necessity of diligence, and the power of advocacy. It was during this time that I also became acutely aware of the role that lawyers play in the defense of democracy and the rule of law. My involvement in the seminal legal battles of the 1980s and 90s, particularly during the dark days of military rule, further solidified my dedication to the principles of the rule of law and democracy. The Ghana Bar Association, during those turbulent times, stood as a bastion of resistance to authoritarian rule. We were the voice of the voiceless, the defenders of the oppressed, and the guardians of the rule of law. Those were challenging times, but they were also times that tested and reaffirmed our resolve to the ideals of democracy. As a lawyer, I had the honor of representing clients from all walks of life, those who had been wronged by the state, those who sought justice in a system that often seemed stacked against them, and those who simply needed someone to stand up for their rights. It was in the courtrooms that I honed my skills as an advocate, but more importantly, it was there that I deepened my understanding of the critical role that the law plays in safeguarding our freedoms. When I transitioned into politics, it was the same zeal for justice and democracy that I carried from the courtroom. My legal background has always informed my approach to governance. I have sought to bring the discipline, rigor, and fairness of the legal profession into public service. As president, I've worked to ensure that the principles of justice, transparency, and accountability are not just mere words, but are in fact embedded in the fabric of our governance structures. As I prepare to hand over the reins of national leadership, it is appropriate time to reflect on the journey we have traveled together over the past 7.5 years. My presidency, in many ways, has been an extension of my legal career, a continuation of my devotion to the rule of law and the protection of the rights of all Ghanaians. One of my first acts as president was to ensure the independence of the judiciary. A strong, independent judiciary is the cornerstone of any democracy. It is the institution that Ghanaians turn to in times of dispute, and it should be above reproach. During my tenure, we have worked tirelessly to strengthen the judiciary, ensuring that it has the resources, the independence, and the integrity to fulfill its mandate. We've introduced electronic filing systems, reducing reliance on paper-based documentation, and streamlining the judicial process. This initiative has not only expedited the handling of cases, but has also enhanced transparency and accountability within the legal system. Lawyers and litigants can now file their documentation online, access case information, and receive updates on their cases in real time. This is a major leap forward in making justice more acceptable, accessible, and efficient for all Ghanaians. The establishment of a permanent modern court of appeal complex in Kumasi should help improve justice delivery for the northern sector of the country. With the collaboration of the Ministry of Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development and the District Assembly Common Fund, 20 townhouses and a guest house have been built to be used as permanent residences for justices of the Court of Appeal based in Kumasi, who are mandated to handle cases in the northern part of the country. It should mean that appeals from the Upper West, Upper East, Savannah, Northeast, Northern, Ahafo, Bono East, Western North, and Ashanti regions should now be conveniently held within a much shorter period. Additionally, in 2020, we set out to construct 100 courthouses with residential facilities nationwide. As of February 2024, 79 courthouses have been successfully inaugurated and are in use at different sites around the country. The remaining 21 projects are at various stages of completion and are expected to be completed and inaugurated this year. In addition, over 121 residential units have been constructed for judges throughout the country. The project is not yet complete, but I can safely say that we've done enough to address the perennial problem of insufficient court infrastructure in Ghana. We've also taken strong systemic steps to combat corruption, rooted in a holistic program of legislative, administrative, financial, and technological reforms. We've established the Office of the Special Prosecutor, a critical institution in the fight against corruption, and we've provided it with the necessary tools to prosecute those who seek to enrich themselves at the expense of the Ghanaian people. During my first term in office, Parliament passed the Witness Protection Act in 2018, which I signed in law, to create a witness protection scheme for individuals cooperating with law enforcement, especially in corruption cases. The Critical Offences Amendment Act of 2020 elevated corruption from a misdemeanor to a felony, with harsher sentences of 12 to 25 years in prison. In addition, my administration has driven the passage of several key laws that bolster the state's ability to fight corruption. These include the Revenue Administration Amendment Act, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and Anti-Money Laundering Act, amongst others. Together, these legal reforms have strengthened the institutional framework to combat corruption and ensure accountability. Administratively, a series of other far-reaching measures have been undertaken by my government to help in the fight against corruption. A memorandum of understanding on information exchange and collaboration in combating corruption and crime in general has been signed by SHRAJ, EYOCO, Parliament, the Office of the Attorney General, the Audit Service, the Police Service, the Financial Intelligence Center, the Narcotics Control Commission, the Internal Audit Agency, the National Investigation Bureau, NIB, and the Office of the Special Prosecutor to this end. The use of technology has been pivotal in our efforts to combat corruption. We have introduced digital platforms for public procurement processes, reducing human intervention and minimizing the opportunities for corrupt practices. These platforms have increased transparency, efficiency, and competitiveness in public procurement, ensuring that public resources are used judiciously for the benefit of all Ghanaians. The Auditor General's report for 2023, for example, revealed a significant decline in financial irregularities within the public sector, dropping by 5.2 billion cedis from the previous year, a 32% reduction. Furthermore, we have worked to reform our legal and regulatory framework to enhance transparency and accountability. We have strengthened the right to information, ensuring that Ghanaians have the tools they need to hold their government accountable. The passage of the Right to Information Act, which preceding administration had failed to accomplish, was an important milestone in this regard, providing citizens with the power to demand transparency for their leaders. By the same token, the Conduct of Public Officers Bill has passed the scrutiny of the Cabinet Committee on Governance and is now ready for presentation to the full Cabinet, after which it will be presented to Parliament for its action. I'm extremely hopeful that this will be accomplished before I leave office. It is also an undeniable fact that budgetary allocations for institutions actively engaged in public sector accountability, that is the Office of the Auditor General, the Judiciary, Parliament, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, the Ghana Police Service, the Economic and Organized Crimes Office, EYOCO, and the Financial Intelligence Center have all witnessed unprecedented increases since I assumed office in 2017. At the end of 2023, the budgetary allocation to Parliament witnessed a 100% increase compared to what I inherited in 2016. The police service saw its budget increase by 274% at the end of 2023 in comparison to 2016. The audit service recorded a 258% rise in its budgetary allocation at the end of 2023 as compared to 2016. The budget of the judiciary rose by 36% at the end of 2023 compared to 2016. The budget of the Attorney General, of the Office of the Attorney General, increased by 162% at the end of 2023 compared to 2016. The budget of the YOCO increased by 47% at the end of 2023 in comparison to 2016. The budget of the Financial Intelligence Center increased by 443% at the end of 2023 compared to 2016, whilst the budget of SHRAD increased by 99% at the end of 2023 compared to 2016. These figures reflect my resolve to ensure that institutions of state of relevance in the anti-corruption agenda are properly equipped to discharge satisfactorily the mandate of their offices. I'm aware that there's a deliberate, politically motivated effort to stigmatize my government, my family, and myself as corrupt. I suspect, as payback for the damaging allegations of corruption leveled against members of the erstwhile Mahama administration, some of which have led to criminal convictions, and others are still being prosecuted in court. In spite of scrutiny by credible public institutions of virtually all these allegations of misconduct on the part of my government, my family, and myself, which have been found to be baseless, the leader of the opposition, the perennial NDC presidential candidate, continues to describe me as a clearing agent. It is important that I reiterate that I will not abandon under any circumstance recourse to due process in the fight against corruption. Be that as it may, in any event, I will leave it to the Ghanaian public and people. I will leave to the judgment of the Ghanaian public and people to decide whether it is preferable to be a clearing agent or government official one. Our commitment to the rule of law has also been evident in our approach to law enforcement. We have worked to ensure that our security agencies operate within the confines of the law, respecting the rights of all citizens. Human rights abuses, which were all too common in our past, have no place in a democratic Ghana. We have established mechanisms to ensure that those who abuse their power are held accountable. In the international arena, we have also sought to uphold the rule of law and champion democratic values. Ghana's voice has been strong in defending international law and human rights and advocating for democracy on the global stage. We have worked closely with our neighbors and the international community to advance peace and security, recognizing that a stable and democratic West Africa is essential for our own national security. As we gather here today to discuss the theme, peaceful, fair, and transparent elections, the key to sustainable democracy, it is essential to reflect on our nation's historical journey, particularly our past experience with military rule. Ghana's post-independence history has been marked by several military interventions in the governance of the state. The first of these occurred in 1966, when the one-party government of our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, was overthrown in a coup d'etat. This event set the stage for a series of military takeovers that would dominate Ghana's political landscape for the next 3 decades. Each of these regimes came to power with premises of restoring order, combating corruption, and revitalizing the economy. However, as history has shown, military rule often led to the opposite outcomes. The suspension of constitutional governance, the erosion of civil liberties, and the concentration of power in the hands of a few were the hallmarks of these regimes. Under military rule, due process was set aside in favor of decrees and edicts. The judiciary was emasculated, and the legal profession was marginalized. The Ghana Bar Association during these times found itself at odds with the military authorities as it sought to defend the rights of citizens and uphold the principles of the rule of law. Some of our colleagues paid a high price for their loyalty to these principles. Some were detained, others were exiled, and a few even lost their lives in the struggle for democracy and the defense of the rule of law. And may their souls continue to rest in perfect peace. The economic impact of military rule was equally devastating. The lack of accountability and the culture of impunity that characterized these regimes led to widespread corruption and mismanagement. Our economy, once the envy of the continent, was brought to its knees. Infrastructure deteriorated. Basic services became scarce, and the standard of living for the average Ghanaian plummeted. But perhaps the most profound consequence of military rule was the loss of trust in our institutions. The courts, the media, civil society, and the political class were all viewed with suspicion. The erosion of trust had long-standing effects, making the task of nation building even more challenging when democracy was finally restored. I have dwelt on these matters because I'm aware that a new generation of Ghanaians has emerged who are now politically active and who have little or no direct knowledge of these events and who may be thus susceptible to the siren calls of those who would want to return us to those unfortunate, unproductive days. There will always be anti-democrats, those few who do not trust the capacity of ordinary people to make good decisions. There will always be those few who seek a shortcut to the exercise of executive power, people who are unwilling to do the hard work of popular mobilization and messaging required of democratic politics, but who nonetheless want to exercise executive power. It is to the eternal credit of the Ghanaian people that they continue to resist the blandishments of these so-called progressive politicians to embark on adventures that will set back the clock of progress. The return to democratic governance in 1993 has become a watershed moment in our nation's history. It marked the beginning of the Fourth Republic and a renewed attachment to constitutional government, the rule of law, and respect for individual liberties and human rights. The transition to democracy was not without its challenges, but it was driven by the collective will of the Ghanaian people to chart a new course for the nation. The Fourth Republican Constitution, promulgated in 1993, laid the foundation for the democratic governance we enjoy today. It established a system of checks and balances based on the separation of powers. It guaranteed fundamental human rights, and it provided for regular, free, and fair elections. The Constitution also enshrined the independence of the judiciary, affirming it as the exclusive final arbiter in disputes and the protector of the rights of citizens. Several of the safeguards in the Constitution, i.e., entrenching the multi-party structure of the state by outlawing in Article 3 the power of Parliament to establish a one-party state, or consolidating judicial independence by excluding in Article 125, Clause 3, the grant of final judicial power to either the President or Parliament, were direct responses to unhappy episodes of our past, especially in the First Republic. We know the damage to the stability of the state and to the liberties of citizens that the passage of the infamous Preventive Detention Act wrought in the immediate post-independence era, just as we witnessed in the same era, in violation of the principle of the separation of powers, the ugly spectacle of a tightly controlled parliament acting at the instigation of the executive in emergency session to nullify or reverse judgments of courts of competent jurisdiction for purely partisan political considerations. Since the return to democratic governance, Ghana has made impressive strides. We have conducted 8 successful general elections, each of which has served as a reaffirmation of our adherence to democracy. These elections, while not without their challenges, have been generally credible. The peaceful transfer of power from one administration to another, from one political party to another, has become a hallmark of Ghana's democracy. The Fourth Republic has afforded the most enduring period of stable constitutional rule in our hitherto turbulent history. The benefits of democratic governance to the Ghanaian people have been numerous. It has provided a framework for political stability, which in turn has created an environment conducive to economic growth and development. Under democratic rule, Ghana has seen improvements in its education, healthcare, infrastructure, and other critical sectors. Real incomes have systematically increased. The expansion of the middle class, the growth of civil society, and the strengthening of our institutions are all testaments to the progress we have made. Democracy has also allowed for greater political participation and representation. The voices of women, youth, and marginal groups, which were often silenced during the years of military rule, are now heard loud and clear. Our parliament is more representative, our media is more vibrant, and civil society is more engaged than ever. These are the traits of a healthy democracy, one where diverse views are heard, where differing opinions are respected, and where the will of the people is paramount. As we approach yet another election cycle, it is crucial that we reflect on the importance of peaceful, fair, and transparent elections to the sustainability of our democracy. Elections are not merely a democratic ritual, they are the very lifeblood of our political system. They are the mechanisms through which the people exercise their sovereign will, choose their leaders, and hold them accountable. For elections to fulfill this role, they should be conducted in a manner that is free from violence, manipulation, and fraud. The integrity of the electoral system is the foundation upon which the legitimacy of government rests. When elections are conducted fairly and transparently, the results accepted are accepted by all, even generally by the losers. This broad acceptance is essential for peace, stability, and the continued progress of the nation. However, the history of the African continent is replete with examples of elections that have gone awry. Elections marked by violence, by irregularities and by a lack of transparency. Such elections have led to disputed results, political instability, and in some cases, open conflict. We should learn from these experiences and ensure that Ghana does not ever fall into the same trap. To this end, it is essential that all stakeholders in the electoral process, political parties, the Electoral Commission, the security agencies, civil society, the media, and the citizenry, pledge to upholding the highest standards of integrity. The Akufo-Addo government, on its part, will do everything within its power to ensure that the upcoming elections are conducted in an environment of peace, fairness, and transparency. The Electoral Commission, as the body charged with overseeing the electoral process, has a critical role to play. It should act with impartiality, independence, and integrity, ensuring that the process is fair to all parties and that the results reflect the true will of the people. The Commission should also ensure that all logistical arrangements are in place to facilitate a smooth voting process, and that any disputes that arise are handled expeditiously and transparently. It is imperative that the Electoral Commission remains the sole authority responsible for declaring election results to preserve the integrity and credibility of the electoral process. Political parties must refrain from declaring results before the Electoral Commission does so, as this could lead to confusion, misinformation, and even potential conflict. The EC's role as an impartial and independent body ensures that its results reflect the will of the people, free from partisan influence. This assignment of responsibilities is essential to maintain public trust in the electoral system and to prevent any undermining of democracy through the spread of unverified or false election outcomes. Despite assurances from successive electoral commissioners, such as Kojo Afarijan, my 3-year roommate is an undergraduate at the University of Ghana's Premier Hall, Legon Hall, Charlotte Osei, and the current one, Jean Mensah, that rigging elections in Ghana is not possible. A few claim that the only way the MPP can win the December 24 elections is through rigging. It is becoming evident that these voices are already preparing excuses for the increasingly likely outcome of the impending elections. The constant, persistent champion in Ghana's history of the values of multi-party democracy, rigging is not part of the MPP's DNA. The MPP's path to victory is through a robust defense of its exceptional proven track record in office and the compelling vision of continuing modernization of Ghana's future being espoused by the party's excellent presidential candidate, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and his dynamic running mate, the Honorable Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, Member of Parliament for Menchia South, known to all and sundry here in Kumasi as NAPO. The security agencies also have a crucial role in maintaining law and order during the election period. Their presence should be felt, but it also should be measured and appropriate. That they should ensure that they act within the confines of the law, protecting the rights of all citizens, while preventing any form of violence or intimidation by enforcing strictly the law against vigilantism. Civil society organizations, the media, and citizens themselves should also play their part. Civil society should continue to work in educating the public, monitoring the electoral process, and advocating for transparency and accountability. The media should report on the elections fairly and accurately, providing the public with the information they need to make informed decisions, and the citizens of Ghana, the ultimate decision makers of our democracy, should exercise their right to vote responsibly and peacefully. The judiciary, as the final arbiter of electoral disputes, has an indispensable role in safeguarding the integrity of elections. The independence, impartiality, and credibility of the judiciary are fundamental to ensuring that electoral disputes are resolved justly and without bias. In recent years, the judiciary has been tested in that regard, and I'm proud to say that it has risen to the occasion. The courts have handled election petitions with the seriousness and thoroughness that such cases demand. The decisions of our courts, whether they have upheld or overturned election results, have been based on the evidence presented and the law, not on political pressure or influence. And that is as it should be. As we move towards another election, I urge the judiciary to continue to uphold these high standards. The courts should remain a place where all citizens, regardless of their political affiliation, can seek redress with confidence that their cases will be heard fairly and impartially. The judiciary should also ensure that its processes are transparent, that its rulings are well reasoned, and that justice is not only done, but is also seen to be done. The integrity of our democracy depends in large part on the integrity of our judiciary. A strong, independent judiciary is the ultimate safeguard against the subversion of the will of the people. It is the institution that ensures that our elections are not just a facade, but a true reflection of the democratic process. Learned friends, ladies and gentlemen, democracy is more than just a system of government. It is a way of life. It requires active and informed participation by citizens, respect for the rule of law, and love for the common good. To sustain our democracy, we should continue to invest in civic education and promote a culture of political tolerance. Civic education is essential for empowering citizens to participate meaningfully in the democratic process. It equips them with the knowledge of their rights and responsibilities, the workings of government, and the importance of their vote. Civic education fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility among citizens, encourage them to engage actively in the governance of their country. Political tolerance is another essential pillar of a sustainable democracy. In a diverse society like ours, it is natural that there will be differing opinions and competing political interests. This diversity is a strength, not a weakness. It is through the contestation of ideas that we arrive at the best solutions for our country. However, political tolerance requires that we respect the rights of others to hold and express views that may differ from our own. It requires that we engage in constructive dialogue rather than resorting to violence or intimidation. It requires that we see our political opponents not as enemies, but as fellow citizens who share the same goal of building a brighter Ghana, even if we differ on how to achieve it. Political tolerance, however, cannot extend to the unfortunate specter of public threats and utterances of violence, which should more properly be the target of the law enforcement agencies as unacceptable conduct and behavior. As leaders, we should set the example. We should engage in respectful discourse, avoid inflammatory rhetoric, and work to create an environment where all citizens feel free to express their views without fear of retribution. Only by advancing a culture of political tolerance can we ensure that our democracy remains vibrant and inclusive. In this political season, it is vital that we guard against the politics of lies disinformation, and misinformation, as these undermine the democratic process and erode public trust. The spread of propaganda and falsehoods can mislead voters, distort the truth, and create unnecessary tension within the body politic. Political actors, the media, and citizens alike have a shared responsibility to ensure that information disseminated is accurate, verified, and truthful. By committing to transparency and integrity in all communications, we can safeguard the electoral process from the damaging effects of misinformation and disinformation, and ensure that decisions are made based on facts rather than fabrications. Failing to do so risks polarizing the electorate and destabilizing the very foundations of our democracy. Before I conclude, I must point out that as members of the bar, we carry the heavy responsibility of ensuring that the public is accurately informed about legal matters. This responsibility is not just about explaining the law, but it is also about shaping public perception and understanding of the justice system. In a society where misinformation can easily spread, it is critical that the bar acts as a reliable source of information regarding guiding the public in comprehending complex legal issues. It is with respect responsible for officials of the Bar Association to give the impression to the public that the use of the word perverse by no less an official than the Attorney General and official leader of the bar to describe a judgment of a court is somehow reprehensible. The author of such a view betrays complete ignorance of the language of practice in the courts. It is a perfectly acceptable, hallowed use of language so to designate certain decisions of the court. For instance, decisions that can also be properly characterized as given per incuria. I myself, as Attorney General, use the same vocabulary to describe the decision of the ordinary bench of the Supreme Court in 2002 in the now celebrated Chachuchikata fast-track court case, which the full bench of the court ultimately validated on review. In the same vein, let me stress that the Ghanaian judicial system, unlike its American counterpart, with which some seek to draw comparisons, operates with distinct mechanisms, particularly in the appointment and tenure of judges. For instance, while U.S. Supreme Court judges are appointed for life, Ghana's system prescribes time limits to judicial appointments, ensuring that our judiciary remains adaptive and attuned to the current needs of our nation. The recent proposal by the Chief Justice to appoint additional judges to the Supreme Court, which some have criticized, was a necessary and well-considered action to maintain the strength and efficiency of the judiciary. It is important to note that even in the United States, President Joe Biden has recognized the need for judicial reform, proposing changes to the Supreme Court to ensure it remains effective and reflective of modern values. This global perspective highlights that judicial appointments and reforms are essential aspects of maintaining a just and functioning legal system. The Ghana Bar Association should take the lead in educating the public, clarifying these issues, and reinforcing trust in our legal institutions. Furthermore, the jurisdiction of the American Supreme Court and of our own are widely dissimilar. The Ghanaian Supreme Court has a greater and much broader jurisdiction than its American counterpart, and by virtue of express constitutional fiat, is duty-bound to take all appeals and other applications to its various jurisdictions, and is precluded from relying on the well-known instrument of certiorari, by which the U.S. Supreme Court controls all applications to the invocation of its authority. The U.S. Supreme Court sitting on top of an extensive federal judicial structure, which comprises 50 state Supreme Courts, coexisting with federal district courts and the Federal Court of Appeal. Out of 7,000 applications to the exercise of its jurisdiction, relies on its certiorari procedure to admit only 150 cases for hearing each year in a population of more than 300 million people. In Ghana, a country with a population of some 33 million people, the Supreme Court began the 2022-2023 legal year with 414 cases pending as of July 2022. Throughout the year, a total of 525 new cases were filed, underscoring the continuing demands on the court's resources. Although 345 cases were concluded by the end of the period, the backlog grew, with 595 cases unresolved as of June 2023. This data highlights the increasing pressure on the Supreme Court as the number of pending cases continues to rise despite ongoing efforts to manage and resolve them. It is clear that facile, ill-informed comparisons do not serve the public interest. We would all do better to consider the Chief Justice's proposal on its merits and leave spurious notions of court packing alone. By the sheer coincidence of history, I have been given the privilege and opportunity to appoint 3 Chief Justices, together with 18 other judges of the Supreme Court, a number which stands currently at 13 judges of the present court. Indeed, only Justices Bafo Boni and Gabriel Scotty Poimang were appointed by predecessor presidents. If court packing was my goal, it surely would have been completed and realized by now. That is not and has never been my goal. My goal has been to fill the court with the best material available within the profession. And in all modesty, I believe I have succeeded in doing so. It was the same when I was Attorney General. Justices Datiba, Modibo Okran, and A.P. Kluje were all appointments proposed by me to my boss, the outstanding Ghanaian statesman, His Excellency John Ajikun Kufuor, the second President of the Fourth Republic. All these judges left strong imprints of judicial creativity. Members of the bar, as I prepare to leave office, I do so with a deep sense of optimism about the future of Ghana's democracy. We have traveled a long and sometimes difficult road, but we have made considerable progress. Our democracy is stronger, our institutions are more resilient, and our people are more determined than ever to build a nation that is free, just, progressive, prosperous, and united. The upcoming elections will be another test of our attachment to the values of democracy. It is my fervent hope and prayer that we will pass this test with flying colors. Let us approach these elections with the seriousness and sense of responsibility that they deserve. Let us conduct ourselves in a manner that brings honor to our nation and reinforces our allegiance to democracy. In the years to come, the challenges we face will undoubtedly evolve, but so too will the opportunities. Ghana remains a beacon of democracy and stability and development on the African continent. And if we are to continue to maintain this status, we should remain steadfast in our obligations to the rule of law, to the protection of human rights, and to the principles of democratic accountability. In conclusion, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to the Ghana Bar Association for its strong continuing support of the rule of law and the tenets of democracy. Its role in helping to shape the future of our nation is indispensable. As I prepare to hand over the baton of national leadership, I do so with confidence that the future of Ghana is bright and that our democracy will continue to thrive. And in so saying, let me express before I sit down my difference with the president of the bar on one critical issue. People who can afford to pay fees for the education of their wards should send them to fee-paying private schools. Public schools, that is, schools funded by the taxpayer, should be free to all who would otherwise be unable to pay for their education. That is why the numbers of pupils who have access to secondary education has doubled since the introduction of the free senior high school policy. And that over 5.7 million persons have benefited from the policy since its inception. The full impact of this dramatic development will be felt in due course and will far outweigh the small number of privileged parents who can afford to pay for the education of their wards. Learned friends, members of the bar, let us continue to work together to build a Ghana that is free, just, peaceful, and prosperous. Let us ensure that our democracy endures for generations and generations to come, and that it remains a source of pride for all Ghanaians. I end by congratulating the outgoing executive of the bar, who have worked hard these last 3 years, and wishing the incoming executive, who will be elected at this conference, the best of luck and God's blessings on the discharge of its important duties. May God bless the Ghana Bar Association and us all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, His Excellency. Okay. Colleagues, it's time to acknowledge some important personalities in our midst, but because of time, I will limit the acknowledgement to members of the high table. Shall we please acknowledge the presence of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Shall we also acknowledge the presence of His Royal Majesty, the Chancellor of KNUST, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. Shall we also acknowledge the presence of Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic, Justice Gertrude Isaki-Tokoni. Almost all the speakers spoke about her spouse. As the tradition goes mostly in judgments, they said so many things about him, and I have nothing more useful to add. So kindly join me in acknowledging Mr. Tokonu, the husband and the fourth gentleman of Ghana. We also have the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice and the leader of the bar, Godfred Yebo Adame. We have the Regional Minister, Honorable Simon Asemensa. We also have the Vice Chancellor of KNUST, Professor Rita Akosua Dixon. I understand the Pro Vice Chancellor and the Registrar are also in our midst. You are duly acknowledged. And then the last person on the high table is the Ashanti Regional Bar President, Kwame Usu-Sechere. May I kindly ask that we clap for ourselves as we are also duly acknowledged. Let's take some few announcements. This evening, His Royal Majesty will host us to a dinner at the Menchia Palace, and it is strictly by invitation. So some of us will be there, and some of us would also be at the Rattray Park this evening for a regional bar cocktail. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we'll come back to this auditorium for our conference theme. The speaker will be Dr. K. Afarijan. He will speak to us on our conference theme. On Sunday, 15th September 2024, members who've not had the opportunity of paying courtesy call on the Otumfuo, you are encouraged to stay and wait till Sunday, because it is Akwesi there, and NEC members and council members will be going to pay their respects to His Royal Majesty. So you can join the executive so that we all go to the Akwesi there and pay our respects to His Royal Majesty on Sunday, 15 September 2024. Tomorrow, the DVLA will mount a stand here and attend to all needs of members. Anything that has to do with DVLA, you are kindly encouraged to visit their desk. The Christian Lawyers Fellowship will also be meeting shortly after the opening ceremony at the Law Faculty premises. The Honorable Attorney General is also asking all attorneys of the Office of the Attorney General to wait behind after the opening ceremony and have a very important meeting with him. May I now invite the Ashanti Regional Bar Secretary to give us the rest of the announcements.
Good afternoon. May I seek leave to continue to stand on the existing protocols as already established by the earlier speakers. With us also this afternoon is the Controller of the Ghana Immigration Service. You are duly acknowledged, Mr. Kwame Yesua Techi. All members of alumni of the Faculty of Law, KNUST, are please invited to a short meeting with management right after lunch. They know you now have big cash, so I'm sure they will want to take something small from you. With us is, a proud alumni is one of the Deputy Attorney Generals, and I'm sure she came with her checkbook. So the fact Dr. Adongo Kwachi is waiting for you. Right from here, members of the bar will go to the lawn right behind the Great Hall, opposite the Great Hall, for lunch. All members of the bar will proceed to the lawn just opposite the Great Hall for lunch. All members of the high table, members of council, invited dignitaries will be hosted to lunch by the Vice Chancellor of KNUST. Thank you very much.
In Akan, there is a saying that Sankofa Yenchi. In acknowledging members on the high table, I inadvertently omitted the president of the Ghana Bar Association. Shall we please acknowledge his presence? Okay. Now, after the closing prayer, we'll have a short photo session. The members of the high table will take it, and NEC and council will join them, and that will be all for that. May I humbly invite Professor Neil Mohammed Kamil from the KNUST Islamic Center to give us the closing prayer.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. As we pray, I would like to indulge all of us. When I say, "Oh Allah," then we end up by saying, "Ameen." Ameen means, may Allah accept. And please remember to say it gently and peacefully. In the name of Almighty Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all the praises and thanks be to Allah, the Lord of the Ameen, of the Alameen, mankind, jinns, and all that exists, the most beneficent, the most merciful, the only owner and the only true ruling judge on the day of resurrection. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us to the straight way, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your grace, not of those who earned your anger, nor of those who went astray. Quran 59:23 discloses that peace is one of the names of God himself. He is God, other than whom there is no God, the King, the Holy, the Peace, the Defender, the Guardian, the Mighty, the Omnipotent, the Supreme. Good and evil cannot be equal. Respond to evil with what is best. Then the one you are in feud with will be like a close friend. Quran 41:34. O Allah, you are peace. From you comes peace. To you returns peace. Revive us with a salutation of peace and lead us to your abode of peace. O Allah, our Lord, unite our nation around the principles of justice, peace, love, and faith. Put peace and love in our hearts for the diversity that makes our motherland Ghana so beautiful. O Allah, we pray for our nation Ghana to remain loving, compassionate, remove prejudice from our hearts, and enable us to love our brothers and sisters of all faiths and of none. O Allah, most merciful, allow us to show kindness to those most vulnerable in society. Protect us from evil, inspire and guide us in defending those open to abuse. O Allah, give our government and entire leadership of our dear nation, those in power and those in opposition, the vision and wisdom as they take decisions affecting the peace of our motherland, Ghana. O Allah, preserve, protect, guide, guard, and safeguard towards your right path the President of our dear nation, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Royal Highness Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the Chief Justice of Ghana, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, the CEO of my dear university, Professor Rita Akosua Dixon, and all leaders and key stakeholders of our dear nation. Make true in our nation the ideas of freedom and justice and brotherhood for all those who live in for them. O Lord Allah, for all the learned men and women gathered in here, make their hearts generous so that they may treat others as they wish to be treated themselves. Help us to share that which we have with others for your sake. Strengthen us, love us, and be kind to us. Finally, O Allah, as we begin this conference, we begin in peace, instill peace in ourselves, instill peace in our families, instill peace in our households, instill peace in Ghana, and instill peace in the world at large. May the peace and mercy of Allah be on all of us. In the name of Almighty Allah, the God, peace, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. I'll kindly ask that we all remain standing as the President and members of the High Table make their way to the front to take the short pictures, and then when they exit, then we can also leave. Thank you.
The Ghana Bar Association National Executive and Council. Advancing legal practice excellence in Ghana. Let's take a look at some of the major achievements that shape the future of the bar. First, the renovation of the Bar Center, a symbol of our commitment to creating a modern, welcoming environment for all legal practitioners. The introduction of the GBA mobile app has revolutionized access to the bar services. Now, the GBA portal is accessible anytime, anywhere, putting the power of the bar in the palm of every lawyer.
NEC members,
starting January 2025, lawyers can access CPD sessions anytime, anywhere. This offers unprecedented flexibility for continuous professional development. And for the first time, each CPD session will offer up to 7 different topics simultaneously, ensuring lawyers can earn CPD points for license renewal in a more efficient manner. To improve security and streamline access at our events, automatic gate turnstiles have been introduced using facial recognition and mobile app QR codes, ensuring effective access control for in-person gatherings. Our resilient and reliable online systems are backed up with state-of-the-art technologies, ensuring uninterrupted service to our members. Finally, NFC-enabled ID cards will be introduced in 2025 in collaboration with major banks. These modern identification cards will be acceptable for visa and travel arrangement purposes, while also integrating the Ghana card as well as banking and shopping functionalities, providing a one-stop solution for our members. The Ghana Bar Association National Executive and Council are proud to lead these innovations, transforming the way lawyers engage with the profession and paving the way for a brighter, more efficient future for the legal community. Together, we are moving the bar forward. of the bar. First, the renovation of the bar center, a symbol of our commitment to creating a modern, welcoming environment for all legal practitioners. The introduction of the GBA mobile app has revolutionized access to the bar services. Now, the GBA portal is accessible anytime, anywhere, putting the power of the bar in the palm of every lawyer. Starting January 2025, lawyers can access CPD sessions anytime, anywhere. This offers unprecedented flexibility for continuous professional development. And for the first time, each CPD session will offer up to 7 different topics simultaneously, ensuring lawyers can earn CPD points for license renewal in a more efficient manner. To improve security and streamline access at our events, automatic gate turnstiles have been introduced using facial recognition and mobile app QR codes, ensuring effective access control for in-person gatherings. Our resilient and reliable online systems are backed up with state-of-the-art technologies, ensuring uninterrupted service to our members. Finally, NFC-enabled ID cards will be introduced in 2025 in collaboration with major banks. These modern identification cards will be acceptable for visa and travel arrangement purposes, while also integrating the Ghana card as well as banking and shopping functionalities, providing a one-stop solution for our members. The Ghana Bar Association National Executive and Council are proud to lead these innovations, transforming the way lawyers engage with the profession and paving the way for a brighter, more efficient future for the legal community. Together, we are moving the bar forward. The Ghana Bar Association National Executive and Council, committed to progress and innovation, have achieved remarkable milestones in advancing legal practice excellence in Ghana. Let's take a look at some of the major achievements that shape the future of the bar. First, the renovation of the bar center, a symbol of our commitment to creating a modern, welcoming environment for all legal practitioners. The introduction of the GBA mobile app has revolutionized access to the bar services. Now, the GBA portal is accessible anytime, anywhere, putting the power of the bar in the palm of every lawyer. Starting January 2025, lawyers can access CPD sessions anytime, anywhere. This offers unprecedented flexibility for continuous professional development. And for the first time, Each CPD session will offer up to 7 different topics simultaneously, ensuring lawyers can earn CPD points for license renewal in a more efficient manner. To improve security and streamline access at our events, automatic gate turnstiles have been introduced using facial recognition and mobile app QR codes, ensuring effective access control for in-person gatherings. Our resilient and reliable online systems are backed up with state-of-the-art technologies, ensuring uninterrupted service to our members. Finally, NFC-enabled ID cards will be introduced in 2025 in collaboration with major banks. These modern identification cards will be acceptable for visa and travel arrangement purposes, while also integrating the Ghana card as well as banking and shopping functionalities, providing a one-stop solution for our members. The Ghana Bar Association National Executive and Council are proud to lead these innovations, transforming the way lawyers engage with the profession and paving the way for a brighter, more efficient future for the legal community. Together, we are moving the bar forward.